On behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I congratulate the Africa Prosperity Network, the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the United Nations Development Program, the team at the Office of the President, and all other partners and sponsors for what I can safely describe as the success of this historic dialogue, and that of the Associated Business and Policy Leaders Dialogue. I thank my fellow presidents a great deal for sending their representatives to grace this meeting with their attendance. It is yet again another demonstration of their commitment towards the success of the AFCFTA. My sincere gratitude also goes to the lead presenters and contributors, the panelists, and thought leaders for a great job done. And I want to thank all of you, each single one of you, for coming to Ghana for this colloquium. The last 3 days have seen some of the best of African minds and expertise at work, and reiterated our collective desire to transform the African continent. The insightful discourse, filled with great passion and fueled by the wealth of cutting-edge knowledge and business experience, has ensured that we have a practical and pragmatic compact and action plan to drive accelerated implementation of the AFCFTA. We need quick wins, and this is exactly what the outcome of this dialogue offers us, as well as a concentrated focus on the steps towards prosperity for the African peoples. Excellencies, it is encouraging to note that as of November 2022, 44 AU member states have ratified the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. This is strong evidence of the growing political will and commitment of the leadership on the continent to achieve market integration in Africa. And it is our duty to engage to ensure the full participation of all member states. The effects of the global pandemic and the ongoing geopolitical conflict in Russia and Ukraine on Africa have been significant. From rising food and energy costs to loss of domestic revenues and unsustainable debt levels. In fact, we are one shock away from a very dire situation. Consequently, we in Africa must, with a sense of urgency, work together to guarantee the economic security and secure the prosperity of her peoples. To accomplish this shared objective, African political and business leaders, as well as other strategic stakeholders, should use actively the opportunities presented by the AFCFTA agreement to boost intra-African trade in food, industrial products, and services in order to enhance productive capacity and strengthen its resilience to external shocks. The AFCFTA will eliminate tariffs on 97% of goods traded within the African continent, offering significant opportunity for businesses to set up and expand in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, while we recognize the enormous challenges we may face, it is the smart actions that we take, the investments that we make in our peoples, and the speed and effectiveness in implementing the common African market that will guarantee that the 1.3 billion people who call this continent home can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives. We're already seeing some important progress. For example, a number of financial institutions have signed on to the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, a digital platform to facilitate trade. It is a significant step towards the creation of the single currency, which will be a major facilitator of the effectiveness of the single market. We have achieved some 90% convergence on the rules of origin, with the exception of a few commodities. And the $9 billion United States dollars worth of investments have been secured by the AFCFTA Secretariat. But there is a great deal to be done to realize the full benefits of inter-Africa trade. And I believe there is certainly here, at this dialogue, broad agreement on 4 fundamental elements for our progress. Firstly, the need to invest in our productive capacity and critical infrastructure. We should continue to embark on policies that deepen industrialization, digital transformation, skills upgrading, and infrastructure development by accelerating the implementation of continental programs such as the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the Comprehensive Africa Infrastructure Development Program, the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, and the Action Plan for the Accelerated Industrial Development of Africa. Secondly, we have to continue to improve the business and investment climate and strengthen business and investment promotion organizations with a view to creating an enabling environment for the private sector to contribute to the development of inclusive and sustainable growth in Africa through industrialization, through trade, and the creation of widespread employment opportunities. Additionally, our governments and respective private sectors should work to provide opportunities for the development of women and young entrepreneurs with a view to achieving gender equality, empowering women and girls, as well as engaging youth in the productive sectors of the economy. For the private sector, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, the time has come to take advantage of the largest single market on the planet to increase value addition, promote economies of scale, and expand your businesses. Thirdly, we should scale up efforts to mobilize domestic resources to support our development agenda, including the productive sector. We need to broaden and diversify financial products through innovative financial mechanisms such as sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, insurance savings, private equity funds, diaspora and sovereign bonds, impact investing, green bonds, remittances, public-private partnerships. And we need to pay serious attention to and arrest illicit financial outflows out of the continent, which are estimated at about some 88 billion United States dollars annually, depriving Africa of significant resources that could be used to support a development agenda. We must urgently and collectively institute comprehensive and unambiguous tax policies to combat tax-motivated illicit financial flows, strengthen legal and law enforcement systems, and bring together national agencies to stem such flows. We need concrete measures to stop the systemic impoverishment of our continent and the theft of its resources. Finally, investment in technology and innovation. Technology and innovation are transforming industries in every sector of the global economy. The ability of African countries to harness and apply technology, i.e. the process of innovation, particularly through new and emerging technologies such as nanotechnologies, biotechnologies, artificial intelligence, and robotics, to transform structurally our economies and educational systems is critical to realizing these potential economic benefits. However, accessibility, affordability, and inadequate regulation and governance frameworks are still impeding the development of emerging technology across the continent. It is thus imperative to build technology and trade policy convergences whilst introducing and adopting new approaches to designing converging technology and trade policy regimes. In conclusion, I would like to urge all of us here to see ourselves as champions of inter-African trade. We in Africa have demonstrated great ambition in setting up the world's largest free trade area since the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1994. And I believe that the generation of African leaders, led by the distinguished former president of the Republic of Niger, the outstanding AFCFTA champion, His Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou, who have managed to bring the AFCFTA into being, will occupy as privileged a place in the history of our continent as the general.
Event, and we thank you for hearing our prayer in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Please be seated. Many thanks to you, the Reverend Eric Kwapong of the International Central Gospel Church, for that blessing.
The Bible tells us foxes have their holes, birds have their nest, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. But thank God today in Ghana, we can confidently say, by the grace of God and by the leadership of this great nation, today, every Ghanaian can have a decent place to stay, if not at least owning it, at least renting it, thanks to this milestone of well-being, the National Rental Assistance Scheme. Let's put our hands together and celebrate this great milestone.
My name is Ajololo, Jerry Ajololo. It means God's immense blessing, and that's why it has fallen to me to announce this great blessing on behalf of the Minister for Works and Housing, together with his deputy, the Chief Director, and the entire management, as I say good morning to you, the Vice President of our Republic, Your Excellency, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, the Honorable Akosua Fremont Seopare, the Omahene of Asante Juabeng, and Chairman of the Council of State, Nana Otuo Sribo II, the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, the Honorable Ignatius Bafwewa, the Minister for Information, the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, the Minister for Public Enterprises, the Honorable Joseph Kojo, MP, the Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, members of the Council of State here present, the Honorable Pa Kofi Ansong, representing the Eastern Region, the Honorable Stanley Adre Blankson, the President's appointee on the Council of State, together with the Honorable Albert Seth Nyonyo, member from the Volta region. We welcome warmly the Osu Alatamanche Ni Kobna Boni V, the National Chairman of the NPP, Mr. Stephen Tim, the MD of the State Housing Company, Kwabna Ampofo Apea, the President of the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, Mr. Patrick Ebo Bonfo, and the Head of the Local Government Service, Engineer Dr. Nana Atu Arthur. We welcome you to this very grand morning where we launch the National Rental Assistance Scheme with the hope of making rent or renting accessible to all. In a nation where a lot of us rent, we come across various hurdles such as 2 years advance and many other obstacles. But this scheme that has been put in place is to ensure that rent is facilitated in this country without hassle. If you just lend us 1 hour of your time, you get to understand what this novel scheme really means for our country and for posterity. We're live on the Ministry of Information platform. We're live also on the Facebook platform of the Vice President and on ABC News GH. Please send the links around. Let one and all plug into it. In introducing our chairperson for this very august occasion, I'm struck by the presence of a man who is a leader of tremendous progress. Our chairperson today is the Paramount Chief of Asante Juabeng Traditional Area and one of the longest serving chiefs in Ghana, having been installed as Omahene over 51 years ago, precisely on the 31st of August, 1971. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in 1969 and worked with the Electricity Company of Ghana for 2 years before his installment. One of the hallmarks of his administration at New Juabeng has been the transformation of the ancient town into a modern township with all amenities. Juabeng currently stands out as one of the neatest, well-laid towns in Ghana, with asphalted town roads, modern street lighting, potable water, a district hospital, a market complex, a district police station, circuit court, a 2,000-seater public square for derbers, funerals, etc., a senior high school, and several JHS. It is also the headquarters of the Juabeng Municipal Assembly and the award-winning Juabeng Rural Bank. The Omahene entered into large-scale oil palm farming soon after his installment and now has a plantation covering over 1,500 hectares. He adds value to the raw palm fruits by processing them into crude palm oil and kernel oil. The crude is further refined into bleached, deodorized edible cooking oil, palm stearin, and palm fatty acid for soap making. The factory generates its own power by burning the waste products of the operations, empty fruit bunch, palm fiber, and shells in a biomass boiler to produce steam which runs a turbine. The farming and factory operations offer direct employment to 453 people, 35 of whom are women. Apart from being a permanent member of the Asante Man Council, Nana was for 25 years a member of the National House of Chiefs and served as chairman of several committees of the House. He's also been privileged to have been invited to serve the country on various boards, councils, and commissions, etc., by successive governments. Some of these are, from 1979, member Lands Commission, member Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, member Prison Service Council, chairman Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, member Ghana Trade Fair Authority Board, chairman KNUST Council, member Council of State. In 2017, he was appointed to serve on the Council of State and was unanimously elected chairperson by his peers. He was reappointed in 2021 to the council, and for a second time, his peers elected him as chairman. Nana has been actively involved in the constitutional development of the country. He was a member of the 1979 Constituent Assembly that drew up the Third Republican Constitution, and also the 1992 Consultative Assembly that debated the 1992 Fourth Republican Constitution. He was the chairman of the Business Committee of that assembly. His achievements in farming and agribusiness, exemplary traditional leadership, and public service have earned him several awards and honors. These include the most successful and innovative medium-scale enterprise adjudged by UNIDO in conjunction with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center of his agro-processing company, Joabing Oil Mills. The best large-scale oil palm farmer at the National Farmers' Day at Sefirioso. Doctor of Science, honoris causa, conferred by the KNUST Kumasi in recognition of one of its most distinguished alumni, Order of the Star of Ghana, the highest civilian honor by the government of Ghana in recognition of Nana's outstanding contribution to traditional leadership, agribusiness, and the constitutional development of Ghana. This day, it has pleased God that we receive as our chairperson the Omanhene of Asante Joabing. Make welcome His Royal Highness Nana Otuo-Srebo II.
Mr. Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, Madam Chief of Staff, colleague members of the Council of State, honorable ministers, captains of labor and industry. I see my good friend Dr. Yaban around. When I look around, I see that these are all familiar faces around. Without having to go into details, I must say that I'm honored to have been invited to be part of this epoch-making ceremony, which seeks to equalize the rental atmosphere in Ghana. We all have to lay our heads after a hard day's work. As they say, all work and no play make Jack a dull boy, and all work and no sleep will make us age and deteriorate in no time. And you get refreshed and you get more nourished after you've had a good rest. And you can only have a good rest when you are very confident that tomorrow your landlord will not come and evict you from your house for non-payment of rent. I see that I must also thank the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing for persistently insisting that I should come. Indeed, I was going to come anyway, but you know, if those of you who have worked with him, as I would insist, call you morning, noon, and night to make sure that you indeed be coming. This morning he spared me in a few calls, but because he was confident that I was coming. And I thank him very much for giving me this honor and to be in the company of this eminent group. When I'm chairman for a function, I would normally want to reserve my comments until the last. Even in the Bible, Jesus served a good wine at the last minute. So it's when you have heard from all the other participants or all the other speakers, then you can make a good analysis and a good summary of it. However, on this occasion, the chairman's remarks is supposed to start, the chairman's closing remarks is supposed to start as per the program at 11:35 a.m. and end at 11:35 a.m. So it sort of cancels me out entirely. I don't know whether this is the devil's ink or whatever it is, but whether you give me 1 minute or 2 minutes, when I'm on the podium, I would appropriate the time unto myself. And so I would want to say to you one more time that I thank you very much for this honor, and I hope that you all cooperate with me to making this function a success. Thank you very much.
Yangaraya sasi, eya bwode nemaye, mujana nanu shiyegonya deto homaye, edomele bososo, seyebe ibiataso, limbien traso contemporane apeso minkumenya, ediye dem ama omaneho do atomse. Omano sepeye yo, omano sereye yo. Ayensanga ose, omanfo irane, omano sepeye yo, omano sereye yo. Ayensanga ose, omanfo irane che. Mesiyanga raya sasini, eyabodi nimayen. Dojana nanum shiyegonya deto homayen. Edumene husoso, sayebe ibiatoso. Indian trason contemporane apese minkomenya ediye dem amaya saseho do atomse omano sepeye yo omano sereye yo ayense na ose omanfo irane eriye omano sepeye yo omano sereye yo ayense na ose omanfo brane.
Help me say a big thank you to the Mahini of Asante Joabing and Chair of the Council of State, Nana Otuo II. Thank you for accepting to chair the occasion for us and those wise words. As for that small mistake there, please blame us and blame COVID, Russia, Ukraine also. As we proceed, we want to just take a little census. How many of us here rent houses? How many of us are renting? Okay. How many of us are owning houses or own houses? Hey, we have a problem. Some people don't live in houses. Whether you rent, whether you own, I have good news for you. If you lend your attention to the screen for the next 5 minutes, we want to show you the work that has gone into this scheme. Please enjoy.
Residential renting in Ghana has been on the rise for the past 2 decades. However, this trend is compounded by the uncompromising demands of landlords who collect a year or 2 years of prepaid rent from potential tenants.
Rent True Sunday, I been a left young too. In our bonny ma fehi, money ni another ma pay left if you like a chicken fiamba.
On the copper the car, per valo, per tonko yula, o my high corner.
Only be a deal of welcome. When you yell at me, the Juni Yumata, Juni Yumatama, Wulakale and Tun and Lasala and walk at the Palala.
It is clear that there are a lot of youth who, when they finish school, just trying to rent accommodation is a big problem. But someone who is finished school and just starting a job doesn't have those savings to pay all these huge demands. And this is why government has decided to come in and bridge this market failure by setting up a national rental assistance scheme.
This national rental scheme for young people has the following features. It will provide loans to Ghanaian youth at very, very low interest so that you can pay for rental accommodation. Now, the monies will be paid. Landlords who desire to rent homes will register under the scheme. The rent, the advanced rent of 2 years or 3 years will be paid directly to the landlord, and you, the beneficiary youth, will just pay monthly payments to the scheme.
As a country, we have a fundamental challenge in the housing sector, which is the huge housing deficit of 1.8 million housing units. This has created a huge demand and supply imbalance, which as at now favors the landlords.
We spend close to 5 months in discussing the modalities and how it's to be implemented with different stakeholders.
It is in view of this that the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in fulfillment of its 2020 manifesto promise to the good people of Ghana, is implementing the National Rental Assistance Scheme to, among others, facilitate and increase access to safe, secure, and affordable rental housing for lower income households and the youth across the country.
With the implementation of the National Rental Assistance Scheme, the government of Ghana is taking a step towards ensuring that every citizen has access to decent, affordable, and secure accommodation.
As a tenant union fronting more than 18 million tenants in this country, hearing such an initiative, it's mind-blowing, and we are in support of it. We are ready to push it and help government to the levels that it can to make sure we are successful, because it's what tenants need now.
To become a beneficiary of the National Rental Assistance Scheme, qualified persons are expected to identify a property of their preference and notify the scheme through the NRAS online portal.
I'd like to use this opportunity to thank the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for this people-centered policy intervention that seeks to address the long suffering of many Ghanaians who find it difficult to pay rent advance of 1 year and more.
For more information, visit www.nras.gov.gh or contact 0551 341515 or 0550 408 879 or 0209 089 388 or 0209 089 790, or visit the NRAS offices in selected cities across the country. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
And if the Thank you, operator. Why don't we put our hands together and celebrate this bold innovation? But here to walk us through the dynamics of the scheme, it's my pleasure to invite the scheme manager, Mr. Richard Achampong. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Honorable Chief of Staff, Chairman of the Council of State, Honorable Ministers present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols reserved, thank you for having me today. To the youth, are you ready to get your rent paid? I couldn't hear you. Are you ready to kiss rent advance goodbye? Today is a great day. Today is a great day for the citizens of Ghana. Today is a great day for the youth of Ghana. Today we present to you our solution to rent advance. And we make it very, very simple. Even a 5th grader can walk through our process. Who qualifies for this scheme? An adult, a Ghanaian of 18 years old, who is able to show proof of employment, proof of identification, specifically Ghana card, and bank statements to support the income that they are showing. And how do you access this scheme? You can apply directly on our websites at www.nras.gov.gh. You don't even have to come to our offices. You can apply directly as an individual. You can also tell your employer to sign up so you qualify as a condition of your employment. How is the process done? First, you identify an apartment or room in anywhere of the country that we are implementing this scheme. You tell the scheme manager where you want to live. We do your affordability assessment, and if you qualify, your rent is paid directly to the landlord. You are no longer required to pay 2 years advance out of pocket. I know some of us save up the rent to make up the 2 years, use it for other purposes, purchase a land, a property, but we will never ask you to use your savings to pay for rent advance anymore. Our solution today is premised on systems and schemes and solutions that this government has implemented over the years. And I'd like to acknowledge how critical the Ghana Post addressing system, the digital addressing system, is to this solution. It is a centerpiece of how we develop this solution. And the Ghana card, the single point of identifier for a person. Now, as the government continues to implement some of these fundamental infrastructural solutions, we, the citizens, will continue to develop solutions that addresses our everyday needs. Today, it is rent advance. Tomorrow, it will be something else. Thank you very much. The portal is open. The offices are open. Say goodbye to rent advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our brother, Mr. Richard Echampong, the scheme manager, for articulating so well the various highlights of the scheme. We want to take solidarity messages from 3 identifiable groups. Let's begin with the National Tenants Union of Ghana. Please welcome Mr. Frederick Opoku. A round of applause for the General Secretary.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Madam Chief of Staff, Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Francis Asensu-Boakye, members of parliament present, Nananom, the clergy, media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the leadership of the National Tenant Union of Ghana. We deem it a privilege to be here this morning to join you in the launch of the National Rental Assistance Scheme. We see it as a pride of the nation. I wish to take the opportunity to express on behalf of our global partners, the International Union of Tenants and the International Alliance of Inhabitants in Padova, Italy, to the governments and the sector minister, Works and Housing, for the opportunity to give a solidarity message in this very important national event. Your Excellency, if you may recall, in September 2020, when the leadership of the union paid a courtesy call on you at Jubilee House, you gave us absolute assurance of the implementation of the National Rental Assistance Scheme, and indeed you have delivered on your promise. Thank you, Mr. President. We stand here very proud, seeing the National Rental Assistance Scheme takes off. We are happy people today, Your Excellency, because the implementation of the scheme will bring relief to young graduates and tenants in general, and as well enhance the security of tenure in rental accommodation by the beneficiaries. We believe that such good initiatives must include the creation of a stronger consumer regulation regime for rental housing, enhancing tenant rights and making it easier to enforce them, and making changes to the way complaints are resolved. This will ensure that tenants know exactly how to raise concerns and can be confident their voices will be heard and acted on. In this regard, we recommend that the government establish a statutory body called the National Rental Housing Task Force Group to protect the scheme and support the enforcement of rent advance payments not exceeding 1 year when the rent bill, which is now in Parliament, is passed into law. Your Excellency, we take this opportunity to also thank you for the government facilitating to seeing the rental housing authority, and by extension, the rental housing act, which is very, very prime to we tenants in this country. Honourable Minister, we are most grateful to you too. Your Excellency, in all honesty, the introduction of the National Rental Assistance Scheme is a novelty, and it is an indication that the government takes the welfare of Ghanaians seriously and housing a priority. We therefore caution that the application processes to assess the scheme by the people be transparent, fair, credible, with no political colours, where all qualified applicants under the scheme would have equal opportunity to benefit. This is very important to us, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we at the National Tenant Union cannot hide our opinions about the sector minister, Mr. Francis Asanso-Boakye. It is the political world's focus on the grand gesture rather than biting the bullets that is partly responsible for the housing crisis we are dealing with today. Successive governments and housing ministers were unwilling to get into the details of housing policy, that simply sat back and relied on the industry to build enough empty homes that are out of price range of the average person in the country. But quietly, step by step, day by day, we have seen this Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Francis Asanso-Boakye, working to bring an end to housing crisis with a bold vision to housing and willingness to act on it. We commend you and your government for making permanent changes that will continue to benefit the country for decades to come. We, the leadership of the National Tenants Union of Ghana, believe that all tenants have the right to affordable housing that's free from excessive and frequent rent increments. I end here by saying we are grateful, Your Excellency, for the National Rental Assistance Scheme that you've brought. We are most grateful. And we will continue, it's a promise we're giving to you, Your Excellency, and your government, that the 18 million Ghanaians that we are fronting will hear what you have done today. It's miraculous. Thank you, Your Excellency. So, which will make housing humanly friendly, which will give maximum and protection to tenants in Ghana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're grateful.
We're grateful to you, the General Secretary of the National Tenants Union of Ghana, Mr. Frederick Opoku, for those warm words. Let's now receive the General Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, Dr. Anthony Yao-Ban.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Chief of Staff, the Chairman of Council of State, Honorable Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Executive Committee of TUC and on my own behalf, I will first want to congratulate the Ministry for Housing, Works and Housing on this very, very important initiative. When the Honorable Minister invited me to attend this, first, I requested for some documentation about this. And when I read it, first I was surprised. I was surprised because by virtue of the position I occupy, I know the difficulties that we are going through in Ghana today. So I was wondering, where are we going to get money for this? But at the same time, I thought if, despite all the difficulties, government is still thinking about tenants, I think that is the best thing to do. It showed to me that this is a priority of priorities. And I like the way my brother from the union spoke. The only thing he left out was Choboi. Maybe I should add that. I want to congratulate the government on this. This is very important. It is going to bring a lot of relief to workers across the country. So we don't have a lot of time. Unlike Nana, I was given 5 minutes, not one. I want to urge the implementing agency and the ministry that the TUC will always be there to support this process. We are willing to help secure accommodation, not only accommodation, but decent accommodation to all workers. So we want to urge you to, as quickly as possible, extend this to all the regions. Because when we do something and we call it National Rental Assistance Scheme, and we limit it to regions, not all the 16 regions, it's a bit problematic. It doesn't matter how many you support in each region. I think we should try and do that. I also want to appeal to the ministry and all those who assess the applications. Let's prioritize women, especially mothers with children without husbands, the single mothers. You see, if you provide accommodation to one single mother who has 2 children, it's much better than providing accommodation for others who have no children. I'm saying this because of the experience I've gathered. If you manage to do that, by the time you realize one of those children have already graduated and they are building houses for that mother. And I've seen that personally. So I understand that all those who are 18 plus are qualified, because they are all Ghanaian. But in order to get the best from this program or this scheme, let's pay some more attention to single mothers, especially those with 2 children or 1 child or 2 children, because they need that support from the state. And this is going to help not only the mother, but also the children. I know one thing that will come out of this that many people may not think about. The houses that will be put up for renting, we must make sure they are located in places where the children in that household can have access to schooling. If we do that, and we move them from the uncompleted buildings where they are lodging now into a decent place where there is school, there are additional benefits from this scheme that may not be captured. But I can imagine that in the next few years, we'll meet here again, and we should be able to count how many Ghanaians have benefited from this. Because many of our schemes and projects, we just leave them and we don't assess and monitor. So when I saw the concept note and I saw monitoring, I was very happy. So, Honorable Minister, thank you for this initiative. God bless you. Thank you very much.
We're grateful to you, Dr. Anthony Yalba, the General Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, for those very insightful views and those very progressive ideas that you've added to our efforts. Talking about the single mothers, may I also hasten to add that if this is in place, no side chick will sue any former employer. The greatest beneficiary of all these, ladies and gentlemen, is the working class, for which reason we're joined by the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations. Would you please make welcome the Honourable Ignatius Bafwewa, MP.
Nana Chairman, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the man of innovations. Minister for Works and Housing, colleague ministers of state, members of Council of State, my Choboy brother, Dr. Anthony Yaban, Secretary General of TUC, heads of service, directors of ministries, departments and agencies, distinguished invited guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. To confess, when the invitation was extended to me to make a speech here, I asked myself, why me? Because I know Honorable Senso is a very good friend of mine, but then he wouldn't just invite me to come and say something because I'm a friend. And more so, when I saw the Secretary General of TUC here coming to speak for workers, I thought my work was done. But after deeper reflection, I saw the sense in the invitation which was extended to me. I have one of the most difficult tasks that we do on an annual basis, to meet with workers and to negotiate on two things. First, to determine the minimum wage that any person working in Ghana should be paid, and also the base pay of all public sector workers. And oftentimes when we are looking at the determination of minimum wage, one of the things which comes up is what is it that people spend their monies on? What is it that the disposable income of workers are spent on? One of the issues which come up, number one is feeding, clothing, and the next important thing is accommodation. And very often, you see Ofayao and his team making strong demands for higher increment. Why? They will cite examples of higher rent, and what have you. So today, I'm getting a solution to that, and I want to believe that my work will be made easier. Courtesy, Honorable Asenso. So nowadays, next time when we go for negotiations, I want to believe this debate will not come up again, because there's a solution to that aspect of it. But even apart from workers, one other area within my sector, which perhaps sometimes we ignore, but which is equally important when it comes to some of these considerations, are pensioners. You commit your time, your working time to your workspace, and then after completing service, you are supposed to go and retire. And one of the major preoccupations of would-be pensioners is, where are we going to live? And how are we going to afford that? And these are people who are very vulnerable because, one, they are not even in stronger situations. You don't have anybody advocating for them. So if they are in difficulty, there is nobody to speak for them. It is also at these stages where even health issues becomes more complicated. So who talks for them? Where do we prepare for our aged persons to spend their pension life, and whether or not their meager pensions can even afford them decent accommodation? We did a check, and myself and the Director General of SNIT, we noticed that many of our pensioners, those who are on government pensions and those who are on SNIT pensions, are earning below 600 Ghana cedis a month. So just imagine somebody earning 600 cedis and then being asked to come and pay a rent advance for 2 years. There's no way such a person can raise money to have a decent living. No wonder many of such persons live in slums and in some areas that are not healthy for living. So I want to associate with what we are doing today and to thank my good brother for his initiative, and to say that I will be one of the best persons who will help him to succeed in the implementation of this program. So I wish you well, and I wish we will all take advantage of this, and I want to urge everybody to support him so that we succeed together. Thank you.
One more time, too. One may even nowhere near say. Nothing one of that. A real number. Say, Bombaya, a Diana, say, we young Gomon, Fagana, Shensa, and no now, your mama, and no now, Otoma woman, and Warana, yes, she said, Otoma woman, and Wani, Otoma woman, and Warana, yes, she said, Otoma woman, and Wani.
Let's appreciate the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, the Honorable Ignatius Bafwewa MP. Thank you for those very warm thoughts. If you're just joining us online on TV, we welcome you to the Accra International Conference Center, where this day we give to ourselves and posterity this milestone of well-being. We call it the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which has been put in place to make renting accessible for all. Just gone by were remarks that outlined the various features, but at the end of this session, we shall apprise you of the full complement of the scheme. Speaking to us now is a man who shows us that in Ghana there are many who talk and don't do. There are others too who talk and do, but he just does and doesn't talk. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome a man in whom we are well pleased, Ghana's Minister for Works and Housing, the Honorable Francis Assesu-Boakye, MP.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Nana Chairman, the distinguished Chair of the Council of State, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, Minister for Employment and Social and Labor Relations, used to be social development, and other colleague ministers, other colleague members of Parliament, Secretary General of TUC, Secretary General of Tenants Union, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here for the launch of the National Rental Assistance Scheme, one of the foremost pledges of the New Patriotic Party ahead of the 2020 elections. And on behalf of the Ministry of Works and Housing, I welcome you all to this very important event. I'm particularly happy to have here our erudite Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to grace this occasion, given the instrumental role his office played in the development of the scheme, and also to our mother, Madam Chief of Staff, for your immense support and guidance, as always. Thank you. As we are all aware, limited land supply, cost of capital, rising cost of building materials, among others, have all contributed to the high cost of housing developments in the country. Unfortunately, previous housing policies and programs have often focused on promoting home ownership, neglecting the fact that rental housing is a key component of a well-functioning housing market. Indeed, rental accommodation constitutes a significant share of shelter services in the country, especially in the urban areas, catering for about 35% of households, while owner-occupied housing accounts for 48% of shelter services in the country. In view of the importance of shelter for humanity, the urgent need to provide support for lower-income households and the youth to access the minimum standard of decent accommodation cannot be overemphasized. Currently, there is no mechanism by which eligible households, including the youth, can be supported to access decent rental accommodation and to effectively protect them from undue exploitation. For this reason, Nana Chairman, it has become imperative to address the short to medium-term market failures in the rental segment of the housing market, where landlords demand 2 or more years rent advance, and also streamline the processes for accessing rental accommodation for lower-income households towards the improvement of the quality of rental accommodation in our country. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the sector ministry in charge of housing, we are committed to gradually addressing the various challenges that confront the housing sector in the country, and the National Rental Assistance Scheme is one of such vehicles with which we can adequately respond to the challenges through public policy making and program development. Government has therefore made a commitment of 30 million Ghana cedis to implement this scheme, and the initial phase will cover the Greater Accra, Ashanti, Northern, Western, Eastern, and Bono East regions. These 6 regions were selected because data from rent control indicates that they have a higher rate of rent advance related issues. The objective of government, however, is to operationalize the scheme throughout the country. Indeed, government recognizes the fact that public programs of this nature may come with its own operational challenges during implementation. I remember during discussion time and implementation issues were raised, and I was quick to point out that as a public policy student in America a couple of decades ago, we were still dealing with issues associated with some of their major federal programs like Medicare and Medicaid. So we do accept that challenges will come. This notwithstanding, it is our fervent hope that the experiences and lessons learned that will be drawn will help government make the scheme better across the country. I therefore take this opportunity to invite the media and all other stakeholders to assist the government in informing and educating the public on this all-important scheme. In conclusion, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for this timely, people-centered public program that seeks to support the good people of Ghana, especially the youth, despite the current global challenges. I am confident that this scheme, like all other public programs of this government, the Akufo-Addo administration, will bring a lot of relief to many Ghanaians. Your Excellency, Nana Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you and God bless us all.
In Ghana, we have only one Honorable Francis Asensu-Boakye as the Minister for Works and Housing. A round of applause for him. We thank you, sir, for your vision and your determination to see this through. The greatest recipients, ladies and gentlemen, apart from the workers of Ghana, are the children of Ghana. Here to speak on their behalf is their Member of Parliament. Please welcome the Honorable Nakayet, the poet.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'd like to start my poem with my local dialect, which is Fanti. Asem kakra me peda me kachawanye de. Obra yoko ampa. Riazi inkukubo zi odesenyi tubata. Riazi nkukubo zi odesenyi tubata chin. Riazi afana nyinara. De odesenyi riji ibenase. Odesenyi per shisha kakra obezi. Nida adachi obejama nimba. Yine busia. Osande. Impeyimfu na wakade. Sa anumentwa. Obuada Riaze abrabo Mokunyin Ana ebrimpon Dem baby akwa Nasa me brado Se dan wohwe Sen koti da daka Nchamise dudu nazi wanzi botukwan Osande oye ya wankasa De Obrimpon Okunyin Okobran, Oketechi, Baya Mobor, Osan Bibia Oziniti Bato. Na mese ebra o ma nanze no ho baka ha no. Na odesanyi asam na enyim mfifiri ampa. We are here today to lay bare the drudgery and the struggle of the Ghanaian tenants. We are here today to address the pains and the sufferings of our fellow Ghanaians who want to have a roof over their heads, who want to have a decent accommodation for the body and soul after a hard day's work, as they come to the cities to earn a living and also to contribute to the economic well-being of the country. The Ghanaian tenant problem is compounded by an uncompromising demand of landlords to collect a year or 2 years of prepaid rent advance payments from potential tenants. Asemi Yamobor. Unfortunately, the households who aren't able to raise that kind of money for the landlords go for poorer quality homes, living in crowded spaces, moving away from desired locations, among others. So please, I'll beg you, let us look at the horizon. Let us raise up our heads, for our help cometh. Help cometh to the Ghanaian tenants. The government of the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in fulfillment of his 2020 manifesto, assured the good people of Ghana his intention of implementing the National Rental Assistance Scheme, NRAS. Pocho Wombonsim Kakra. National Rental Assistance Scheme. Yamamum Akwabo. Inde Yatasam Do. National Rental Assistance Scheme is here to help lower income households and the youth across Ghana with safe, quality, secure, and proper accommodation. Pocho Yembon Sim Kakra. Indadi Yen Sempa. Midahum Ninara Ase. Before I'll go, I'd like to eulogize His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Me pena me catch all there. I was a missy. Iyo kakayin mu okakabemfo. Osuro asaso identity odumankuma. Odumankuma. Awu iye putisi ye. Sawa humudo etawunswenyo aye. I was a missing. What was in Asade? It yatan tampana isi asasifum wo insutin hum. Wo ha rimpoda. De biara rin mbua na dazmbua zizi wo rin ase. His Excellency, I will say, you soar higher. You never idle. You wobble into the sky's feather as you tape hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from the flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. His Excellency, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. Awu iyo kwara efaza ezichire oman. Osanda wukuma funi ochedi ampon yankopon. As the eagle does, you train your people on above the thick clouds. Clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism. To the hawks, I mean your competitors. You embrace them all and set them on heights, yet they cannot endure. Hence, therefore, you surely evolve out of season, and you are a beacon of inspiration, flying across all continents and beyond. Osande, your hands are as soft as the sparkling wool. Giving is in your genes. Lifting up of the destitute is your prime goal. Your smile glows and brings life into the sunken eyes of the forsaken soul. The sparkling skies bear witness to your soft heart, which yearns to see humankind live in absolute love and the pursuit of common good for all. Dr. Nyami Inshaw, Imbonaye, thank you.
Nakayes the poet. A round of applause for her. And out of the mouth of babes and suckling, God has ordained praise, but most importantly, truth also. If the children are spoken, whom am I? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the gift of the occasion, the Vice President of our Republic, His Excellency, Dr. Mahanda Bawumia, as he addresses us this morning.
Please, thank you very much. I think these days the children are much smarter than we were when we were young. They are just unbelievable. Another round of applause for Nakiyat. Your Royal Majesty, Nana Otuo Serbo II, Omanhene of Asante Joabing, and Chairman of the Council of State, members of the Council of State, the Chief of Staff, the Office of the President, Akosio Frimause Opari, the Minister for Works and Housing, Francis Asensu Boache, Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, Honorable Ignatius Bafewia, Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Pong Nkrumah, the Deputy Ministers, Heads of Services, the General Secretary of the Trades Union Congress, Dr. Anthony Yauba, General Secretary of the National Tenants Union, Mr. Frederick Opoku, distinguished invited guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very happy occasion today, and I'm very happy to be here to witness the launch of this important program, the National Rental Assistance Scheme. Allow me to take this opportunity to acknowledge the very valuable contributions of the Ministry of Works and Housing and what the effort they've been putting in and making to institute this regulatory regime for the development of the rental sector. You may well be aware that successive governments have instituted several housing policies geared towards increasing access to various housing options across the country. However, these efforts are mainly concentrated on home ownership services and have not achieved the desired impact in addressing the market imbalances of the rental housing market. Globally, rental housing forms an integral part of a well-functioning housing market and plays a critical role in increasing access to affordable housing options, particularly for the youth and low-income groups. As a people-focused government, providing meaningful shelter for our citizens has formed a significant part of this government's development agenda. And measures taken to address problems associated with the housing sector, especially the rental housing sector, have remained vital to our development agenda. When I visited the Rent Control Department in July 2020, I noted the overall importance of the rental housing market in our quest to increase access to housing options. At that time, I reiterated plans of government to make it more effective and efficient, while also reviewing the law governing rent management in the country to make it more relevant to evolving trends. There is generally a problem, which we all acknowledge, of landlords demanding 2 years or more at rent advance, which deprives many people, especially the youth and low-income people, it deprives them access to rental housing. And this is very symptomatic of a market failure. Landlords will tell you they have difficulty verifying identity of tenants. There's a lack of trust by landlords in the undertaking by tenants to make rent payments on time. So they want it upfront. The potential credit providers also in many places do not have addresses. If you're going to rent a room in Agbogboshi, where is the address? Rent a room in Nima or Choco, finding the property for a potential lender is very, very difficult. And if they cannot find you and you default, that means they've really incurred a bad loan. To address this problem, I mentioned in 2020 that government was putting in place plans to introduce a new program to bridge the information and financial gap between tenants and landlords. These measures would enhance creditworthiness and reduce the need for large rent advance requests by landlords. I remember as we were putting together the 2020 manifesto of the New Patriotic Party, one of the charges of the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was that find a solution to this problem of rent advance facing the young and low income. He charged us to address this issue in the manifesto. Thankfully, we came out with this idea of the National Rent Assistance Scheme, and that found expression in our 2020 manifesto and subsequently the national budget. And we therefore are here today for a rolling out of this National Rent Assistance Scheme. The scheme's implementation will initially commence in 5 regions: Greater Accra, Ashanti, Western, Eastern, and Bono East regions. As the Minister for Works and Housing has said, these were chosen based on the basis of where the most pressure on rent advance is. But the scheme will be rolled out to all 16 regions of Ghana in due course. In partnership with the private sector, and this is one of the novelties of this scheme, because government is working in partnership with the private sector. The scheme will provide low-interest loans to eligible Ghanaians to enable them pay rent in advance. These loans will be repaid monthly to match the tenor of the rent and will be supported by a bank guarantee in this case to ensure sustainability. And that is how it has been done. And because the management of the scheme is being outsourced to the private sector, you are inevitably going to have no political interference, because if they give a loan to somebody who is not eligible, they will lose money. And so if somebody comes to tell you that I am this party or that party, so give me a loan and I don't qualify, they will be essentially hurting themselves if they provide that loan to somebody who cannot repay the loan. So I think there's an inbuilt mechanism to stop political interference in the operationalization of this scheme, so that it is available for all eligible Ghanaians. And what is interesting about this scheme is that when you invest money into the scheme for lending, the repayments that come in monthly, that the monthly rent payments go back into the pool, which is then lent again to a new set of renters. So the scheme essentially is one of pooled revolving funds. So you will see it expanding over time. One group of renters, as they pay monthly, another group is demanding, and then we will lend to them, and then they start paying, and then the whole system revolves, and we keep expanding and expanding to meet the needs of our public in terms of demand. So that is one of the innovative aspects of the scheme. And it will target individuals in the formal and informal sectors with identifiable regular income. And rent advance loans will be paid directly into the landlord's bank accounts, who would also have to register with the scheme. I'm aware of a series of engagements that have gone on between key stakeholders on the operationalization of the scheme, and I look forward to the enormous relief that the scheme will bring to its beneficiaries and the good people of Ghana. Let me take this opportunity at this juncture to thank the man who has made this happen, and that is the Minister for Works and Housing and MP for Bantama, Francis Asensu Boache. As we call him, Bantama Asenso. He has been dogged in his dissemination to make this happen, and has worked tirelessly to put the framework together, him and his staff. We owe him a debt of gratitude. Honorable Asensu Boache, Ayiko Monijuma, to you and your team. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to inform you that government has made significant strides as far as the housing sector and rent management of the country is concerned. Government, acting through the Ministry of Works and Housing, has submitted to Parliament for consideration and passage a rent bill to replace the existing Rent Act of 1963, Act 220. The current act was passed by Parliament 59 years ago, and therefore its relevance has been outlived by the current population growth, urbanization, housing availability, and general trends. And this is why the Secretary General for the Tenants Union was very happy to note the passage of this, the passage of this act will really enhance the rental market in Ghana, and we have the bill in Parliament now. Additionally, to enhance the service delivery standards of the Rent Control Department, processes have begun in earnest, and a service provider has been engaged to digitalize the work of the Rent Control Department across the country. Digitalization will provide a consolidated platform for the operations of the Rent Control Department, while at the same time improving revenue generation and collection for the country. Again, I commend the Minister for Works and Housing for his leadership on these important initiatives in the housing space. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the implementation of the National Rental Assistance Scheme will, among other things, provide a new pathway for government to leverage its policy functions to streamline the rental subsector in respect of the quantity and quality of rental housing. I am particularly excited to learn of the eligibility criteria that have been adopted in the selection of beneficiaries of the scheme. It does not only support the call to synchronize all platforms with the National Identification System, but also that the data produced from the implementation of the scheme will facilitate government efforts at expanding the revenue stream through improved collection of rent tax. We have been able to introduce this, ladies and gentlemen, because of the availability of a national identification system, because of the availability of a digital address system, and because of the availability of mobile money interoperability that essentially provides practically all eligible Ghanaians with a bank account. And so these are very key elements in the architecture for the delivery of the National Rent Assistance Scheme. Without the digital address, we would not even be able to proceed in any meaningful way on this project. And so you needed to identify people, have the digital address, and when they pay rent, you should be able to pay by Momo. You should be able to receive from a bank account into your Momo account and vice versa. So financial inclusion has been very, very critical in putting, so the pillars that we have already put in place in our first term of office are now proving very useful. And this is the vision that Nana Akufo-Addo has for Ghana. I wish to take this opportunity to charge the Ministry of Works and Housing not to renege on its oversight and supervisory responsibilities for the successful implementation of the scheme. While doing the same, I wish to call on all well-meaning Ghanaians to support this initiative. As a government, we remain committed to the successful implementation of the scheme for the benefit of Ghanaians. Do not hesitate, ladies and gentlemen, to go online to apply for the scheme for support. To conclude, it is evident that statutes play a key role in establishing the platform for good practices. Therefore, in order to strengthen the regulatory regime within the building construction industry, I had the privilege to launch the Ghana Building Code in 2018. The code covers all essential areas necessary for the smooth and safe operation of the building and construction industry. And in a bid to efficiently operationalize the building code, it became necessary to review the current building regulations, LI 1630, to reflect all aspects of the building code. Thankfully, Parliament has considered and approved the building regulations, which came into force on Tuesday, 29th November 2022. The new building regulations will help streamline activities within the building and construction industry, as well as effectively enforce any current law for the building and construction industry. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I hereby declare the National Rental Assistance Scheme duly launched. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Our Republic, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Ladies and gentlemen, a resounding round of applause. Wow. And those who would judge us merely by the heights we have achieved would do well to remember the depths from which we started. Who would have thought that a few years ago, when rent, and even till now, rent is still a problem for the average Ghanaian, by this great initiative of government today, we can look with confidence into the future and say that every Ghanaian, no matter your standing, you can also access quality, safe and secure renting. Please put your hands together for the government of today. Mr. Vice President, you've articulated so well the scheme, but let me just walk us through a few things that are very particular about this scheme, or particular to the scheme. Who is eligible for rent? Well, rent advance, I beg your pardon. A Ghanaian who must possess a valid Ghanaian or Ghana card is eligible. You must be 18 and above. You must have a verifiable employment and earned income. You must have a verifiable bank statement, but if you don't have all this, you can still bring your mobile money statement. Isn't that good news? Please put your hands together. The rent payable will not exceed 30% of the household income. Now we ask, how long will it take to receive the rent advance? 5 to 10 business days. The scheme will verify your application and supporting documents and determine your affordability and the ability to pay back, and inform you, the applicant, whether you've been approved or otherwise. How can I check my status on the application? The scheme will notify all applicants of their results, and the status will be known within 5 to 10 days. Will I be automatically given support when I apply? It is not automatic. All applications go through an automated scoring to determine if they are approved or denied. Will I receive the support directly, and which medium? You will not receive it directly. The rental assistance payments will go directly to the applicant's landlord when approved. So no middleman here. Will I have to pay back the rental assistance received? Why not? That's why your landlord demands 2 years, because you don't trust. So successful applicants will make monthly payments to the scheme. Do I have to pay back with interest? Why not? It's a loan. But beneficiaries will pay a low interest on their respective rent advance. Will I be eligible for rent assistance if I am self-employed? Why not? Self-employed applicants who qualify based on the eligibility criteria will receive the rental assistance. How much is one eligible to receive as rental assistance? The monthly rent deduction or payable must not exceed 30% of the applicant's household income. How many times can you get rental assistance from the scheme? Beneficiaries may reapply or renew for additional rental assistance as long as the rent does not exceed 30% of the household income. Are students eligible for this scheme? Students who can satisfy the eligibility criteria or whose parents can guarantee for them will be supported by the scheme, only if you don't insult the president. What category of household is qualified to receive rental assistance? Any household which rent exceeds 30% of his or her income does not qualify. What will happen if one doesn't pay back? A beneficiary is legally evicted from the resident premises within 1 month if he or she fails to pay back. What are the assurances of transparency in guaranteeing rental assistance? Every applicant receives an email and phone call about the application's status, and he or she is given a chance to correct the application in case of initial denial. Can an applicant appeal, request for fair hearing or administrative review of a decision? An applicant may complain through the Ministry of Works and Housing for fair hearing or administrative review on any final decision made by the scheme. Finally, is the scheme available in every part of the country? The initial implementation of the scheme will be carried out in the following regions: Greater Accra, Ashanti, Eastern, Western, Bono East, and Northern regions, and will spread to the rest of the 16 regions. What numbers can I call for further assistance? The numbers are on all our social media platforms, but we wish to show you our website, www.nras.gov.gh, and our email, info@nras.gov.gh. Please go to this website and it will furnish you with every other information you need. I think a round of applause is in order. And so today, Nana Chair, this is what the government, your children, have put together for the whole well-being of Ghanaians. May we have your blessing today. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's receive back our chairperson for this occasion, the Omanhene of Asante Joabeng, and the chairman of the Council of State, Nana Otro Sribo II.
Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Baumia, colleague members of the Council of State, Madam Chief of Staff, Madam Akosa Freeman Opare, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, Deputy Ministers, Secretary General of the TUC, my very good friend, Dr. Yaba, General Secretary of the National Tenants Union, Mr. Frederick Opoku, distinguished invited guests, Ananum Nime Name, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. After a brilliant launching address by the Vice President, which I refer to as the keynote address, my remarks can be termed as a footnote address. I always love a situation where I have to speak after the Vice President. He is such a brilliant elocutionist that when you speak after him, you have a hard task having to match his eloquence and his brilliance. However, as chairman of the function, not that I have something to say, but I must say something. But in saying something, my first remark is that this is one of the few programs or ceremonies that I've attended where we have virtually matched time for time. I think the congratulations should go to the Honorable Minister for Western Housing. It shows that he is really time conscious and he could predict to the last minute as regards when the program would start and when it would end. Let's give him a round of applause. I think this commitment and this efficiency will reflect in the implementation of the National Rental Association Scheme so as to give Ghanaians the comfort and the succor that we all deserve. We have been regaled with a whole lot of speeches. We heard from the scheme manager that we are going to say goodbye to rent advance. The tenants union said that there should be a task force for dispute resolution and then the application should be transparent. My good friend Dr. Yaba of the TUC said that we should prioritize the scheme in favor of single mothers and that we should eventually extend to all regions. The Minister of Labour was emphatic that there should be consideration for pensioners because sometimes pensioners are reluctant to, they even go to serve affidavits to reduce their age for fear that they may be evicted from where they are staying. And it sort of overheats the system sometimes. And also, he said that he gave a commitment of his ministry to partner the scheme to achieve success. The Minister of Works and Housing gave the cat out of the bag by saying that the scheme has an initial funding of 30 million cedis, which is sitting there breathing and waiting for tenants to come and access. I wish I was going to be a tenant. And then he also said that this is a complete departure from previous schemes which have looked at more of home ownership as against rental schemes. When he said that, somebody sitting close to me said that even if people are living in their houses, they are renting houses for other people whom they don't want to mention. So they become tenants by proxy. And the minister also mentioned that there are going to be operational challenges with regards to this scheme. The Vice President really gave the cat out of the bag by saying that this scheme was indeed conceived in 2020 as part of the MPP manifesto, and it has taken it almost 2.5 years for it to be given birth to. And today we are having the naming ceremony. So we thank you very much. And then he also mentioned that the scheme is in partnership with the private sector. which is very, very welcome. When I read through the brochure, I was really heartened to observe that it's going to be devoid of political pressure and political interference, and transparency is therefore assured. It's going to be initially operational in 5 regions. I'm happy that it's not going to be based in Accra. The other day, when I was in school and in our time, even when we were going to apply for a scholarship, we had to travel all the way to Accra to come and collect forms from the scholarship secretariat, which was then in some wooden house close to the beach. And I asked one of the students, well, he said, oh, but you see, you have to go to Accra. I said, oh, but everything's in Accra. I said, oh, but you know, God lives in Accra. So now God is, even though we believe in Accra, his angels are going to be in the regions, and they have equal potency as God himself. So we have a situation where we are decentralizing. My emphasis or my remark would center on operationalizing a scheme to make it transparent. If it is transparent, people will have credibility in it. I will request and recommend seriously that beneficiaries who apply may even be published, and those who are eventually approved may even be published, so that somebody cannot not go with the same name as Mr. X here, and then he goes with his home name, Mr. B, even though the Ghana card may eliminate that. You know, there are clever people around. Just as you are giving a good scheme, there are people who are even scheming faster than you are. We have been just told that irregularities that have been observed have been uncovered with the school placement scheme. Beautiful scheme, but in the hands of the not-worthy becomes also tainted. So I would recommend that those who are giving assistance should be published, so that if you are giving assistance and you're still staying in your same house, and you have been there over and over again, public opinion will even turn against you, and that it will take the heat out of the managers. I see that the scheme is going to be operational by the rent masters, who are a private group. This is very laudable, very, very laudable. As I said earlier, it takes away any shade of political interference. However, when you look at the project management committee, as is in the brochure, you have some ministers in them. But I think when it comes to housing, I think the operational ministries should be the Minister of Labor, because most of the beneficiaries will be workers. Even if they are pensioners, they are once workers. And who represents workers? The TUC. So in that regard, I would recommend seriously for the consideration of government that you include the TUC and the Minister of Labor and the Minister of Labor in the headship of the scheme, so that they can also bring the benefit of concerns of workers to bear on this implementation. I would also want to recommend that the scheme itself should be decentralized. You see, rent masters, maybe for operational reasons, may have only one station in Accra or in Kumasi where they are operating. But if they are sitting here in Accra and said, oh, you make an application in Techiman, and then it is processed, and then you go and inquire about it, and they say, oh, we have taken your papers to Accra. Accra hasn't reacted. I mean, it doesn't make for efficiency, and it doesn't make for transparency. In the process, you will get the unscrupulous coming in. And then also, we may also be mindful of the fact that as you are going in for a house, there are other competitors who may be ready with money. So the more you delay, the likely your chances are of losing out in the competition. So the speed is of the essence, and speed can be achieved if the decision is close to the doorstep of the applicant. So I would wish that eventually they may even, from the regional headquarters, come to some of the districts, because the housing demand in some districts are more acute than in the regions, because some of the regions may have low cost and other things, which may not be immediately occupied. But then you need to make sure that all those who are coming in a very good time, and that the whole process becomes is done expeditiously and with maximum dispatch. And I believe and trust that beneficiaries will also play ball, because if you are considered under this scheme, the success of the scheme depends on your ability or your commitment to honor your obligations so that others may benefit. Happily, payments will be done through, may be deducted from your pay packet. But sometimes the pay packet, they can go and contrive with the accountant, and, even it wouldn't even reflect. I've had situations like that. Dr. Aban is nodding his head in approbation. These things can happen. So we have to be transparent. If you are demanding transparency, you yourself must be transparent so that transparency can be symbiotic. It can go and then come back to you. We thank the government for bringing out this wonderful scheme. We thank that we are happy that despite the long period of conception, the baby has been born and is being given birth to, and the mother herself is here, and that those of us who are here would be, from now onwards, we should take ourselves as godfathers and godmothers for this scheme, so that the process of naming a child, as I always say, is not an event, it's a process. If you have come here and you have been part of this new novel National Rental Assistance Scheme, you carry with it, you carry yourself with it, you move from here with it. Anytime you hear it being mentioned, you tell yourself that I was part of this. So I must make sure that it succeeds, and that those who are coming in, you can breast your chest and say that, oh, with pride, I was there when the Vice President eloquently launched this scheme, and that I also am committed to making the scheme a success. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Ghana will say, yeah, Ghana, Ghana, yeah, Ghana will say, yeah, Mr. Ghana will say, yeah, Ghana, Ghana. We take it for the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to support this scheme to make it work, once you hear I wave your right hand in support of this scheme. Let's do that for the final time. Ghana will say, yeah, thank you. Wow. One more time. Ghana will say, yeah, wow. Ghana, yeah, Ghana,
Thank you. But for failing to play a downward way to Sadaka, you have to do that at the end. Please help me say a big thank you for his wisdom, his grace, and his poise, the Omahene of Asante Joabing, the chair of the Council of State, Nana Otro Sribo II, our chairperson for today. Nana, we thank you ever so much. Your calls for transparency, inclusion, decentralization, and speedy processes have been taken up, and I believe that we will do our best to make you proud. Joining us today to render thanks on behalf of a grateful nation, would you please make welcome the Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar.
Nana Chairman, distinguished invited guests, we thank God Almighty for a very beautiful day and also a successful launch. We thank when we say your reward is in heaven, it doesn't mean we don't want to give you anything, but because we believe the heavenly reward will be manifested at every ballot and also for all your heart desires. Thank you so much. We also thank the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, who has been of tremendous assistance to every ministry and for this very important scheme. Thank you, ma'am, for all your support. We thank all our distinguished invited guests, and in no particular order, to the ministers of states, to the members of parliament, to the members of the Council of States, to heads of service, Nananom, clergy, and the representative of the National Chief Imam, to representatives of unions, the moderator, Jerry, thank you so much for the good work done, and to the media who have assisted us from the day that the media advisory was issued for this launch to leading all the narratives and conversations on every single platform and for covering this important program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time for this launch. God bless us all.
Thank you ever so much, the Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar. He joins us today and says that, hey, the Ghana Journalists Association should also be included in the scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the GJA, Albert Kwabnajumfor. Hey, this is your demand. We'll take it on advisement. At the end of this event, Mr. Vice President, respectfully, I would ask that you indulge us 3 photographs and then we'll be out of here. To say or to invoke the blessing of God on this great scheme, it's my pleasure to invite, representing the Chief Imam, his spokesperson, Sheikh Arimyao Shaibu. Please, a round of applause.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Almighty Allah, Almighty God, we want to give you thanks and praises in a manner that's befitting of your holiness and highness. Thank you for this day. Thank you for this program, and thank you for this scheme. Thank you for your blessings. Thank you for mercy. And thank you for your care for our country. Thank you for the mercy that you have brought to us through this scheme, intended to bring relief to the majority of Ghanaians who are unable to acquire their own place of residence. Thank you. Your mercy becomes so manifest and to be experienced in the world of man, in body and flesh. Today you have given a birth to this very important scheme. How the scheme will grow, just like a child also should grow. We need your assistance, and so we call on you, Almighty God, to be the one who drives the growth and the journey of this scheme. Take it to the destiny where it will be the true reflection of the relief that is intended for. Protect this scheme. Bless the minister, bless the vice president and the president. Bless the chairman of the Council of State, the chief of staff, and all those ministers who are here. Bless them and keep them strong. Almighty God, we ask you to inspire our leaders with the best of ideas that can translate into policies that will bring relief and happiness and comfort to every Ghanaian of our country. Thank you for the peace that you have given to our country, and thank you for everything that you have done for us. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Armiyal Shaibu. Please be seated. Humbly, I shall invite you, Nana Chair, together with Your Excellency, the Vice President, in the company of the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, the Minister for Works and Housing, the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, together with all Ministers of State here as the first party. Please welcome them as they come up stage. Yes. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. Please. Yeah. The second party will consist of Nana Chair, the Vice President, the Chief of Staff, the Ministers of Works and Housing and Employment Relations and Labor Relations alone. Yes. I shall now invite the representatives of the Trade Union Congress and the National Tenants Union of Ghana to join in the next.
For the gold for oil, we are looking roughly about 160,000 ounces of gold for the program. Okay, and that should meet quite significant portion of our needs. If you're able to do all the 160, that's about 60% of our consumption. Now, per month. Okay, so but the way it works is that when we buy this gold, boss must sell it to the BDCs and OMCs. They collect the cash, they give the cash back to BOG. BOG will recycle this cash to buy goods. So some people have argued that it's going to be inflationary and so on, and we believe the impact is minimal because it's the same CDs that we are going to be recycling. For example, this one that we just bought, it was at the CDs used for this was about 516.8 million CDs. Already we've collected 252.6 million CDs. The balance left to collect is 264. So this 252 we've collected, we are going to give it to PMMC to buy gold, and the rest we are going to collect, and then you recycle that. So it's the same money you use it. So it's a very innovative. The money
Sami. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the media. The Monetary Policy Committee last week held its 110th meeting, the first for the year 2023. The committee deliberated on recent global economic developments and how they contributed to shaping Ghana's macroeconomic conditions in 2022 and assess risks to the outlook for inflation and growth. The committee also took note of progress under the Government of Ghana's Domestic Debt Exchange Program, launched in December 2022 in the context of the ongoing negotiations with the International Monetary Fund for financial support. Below is a summary of the assessment for 2022, the outlook for 2023 and the medium term, and the key issues that inform the committee's decision on the stance of monetary policy. The global economy came under severe strain in 2022 on the back of continued spillovers from geopolitical tensions, continued tightening of monetary policy across countries, even as policy uncertainty heightened amidst fears of recession in the advanced economies. The latest Purchasing Managers' Indices point to broad-based slowdown in economic activity at the end of 2022, especially across advanced economies. In emerging market and developing economies, growth conditions weakened on account of tightened global financing conditions, dampened external demand, and moderated consumer spending as inflation rose. The latest IMF projections show that global growth will further moderate from the projected 3.2% in 2022 to 2.7% in 2023, reflecting mainly growth decline in advanced economies. In the last quarter of 2022, headline inflation started showing signs of easing in some advanced and emerging market economies, supported by declining commodity prices and weaker demand. This notwithstanding, there are underlying inflation pressures from the pass-through effects of past input costs, rising wages, especially in advanced economies, currency depreciation against the US dollar, and rising short-term inflation expectations, which remain major concerns for central banks. Global financing conditions tightened considerably on account of the aggressive policy stance in advanced economies to contain inflation, despite some moderation in rate hikes by the US Federal Reserve Bank in the last quarter of 2022. The European Central Bank, the Bank of England, and other central banks across advanced economies have also signaled intentions to maintain a tight policy stance to control inflation. Equity markets recovered somewhat amid the expectation that inflation had peaked and central banks might slow the pace of policy rate hikes. Longer-term bond yields declined while the US dollar lost some ground against major currencies. On the domestic front, inflation remained elevated in 2022, driven by both demand pressures and supply shocks. The two price readings since the last MPC meeting showed a significant jump in headline inflation to 54.1% in December 2022, from 50.3% in November and 40.4% in October 2022. The acceleration in inflation was driven mainly by the lagged effects of the sharp currency depreciation recorded in October. Food and non-food inflation went up significantly. Food inflation surged to 59.7% in December, from 55.3% in November 2022, while non-food inflation rose to 49.9%, from 46.5% over the same comparative period. Underlying inflationary pressures remained similarly elevated. The bank's core inflation measure, which excludes energy and utility, accelerated to 53.2% in November 2022 from 49.7% in November. However, the bank's surveys on consumers, businesses, and the financial sector showed that inflation expectations eased in December 2022. This indicates agents' expectations of moderation in inflationary pressures on the horizon. Economic activity for the first 3 quarters of 2022 was within projections, albeit at a moderated pace than a year earlier. The latest data from the Ghana Statistical Service showed that the real GDP expanded at an annual rate of 3.6% during the first 3 quarters of 2022, relative to 4.8% during the corresponding period in 2021. Non-oil GDP growth also moderated to 4.3% from 4.7% over the same comparative period. The observed growth outturn was driven by the services and agricultural sectors. Further into the 4th quarter, the bank's high-frequency indicators recorded a moderation in economic activity. The updated composite index of economic activity contracted by 6.2% in November 2022 compared with a growth of 10.2% in the same period of 2021. The major items that weighed down the index during the period were port activity, cement sales, imports, and industrial consumption of electricity. The latest confidence surveys conducted by the bank in December 2022 pointed to some marginal improvement in sentiments. Consumer confidence improved on the back of the recent reductions in ex-pump petroleum prices and transportation fares. Business sentiments also turned positive due to the achievement of short-term targets and optimism about company and industry prospects, following the rebound of the local currency during the month. The survey findings were broadly aligned with observed trends in Ghana's Purchasing Managers Index, which improved to 47% in December 2022 from 44.9% in the previous month. Broad money supply, including foreign currency deposits, grew by 33% in year-on-year terms in December 2022 relative to 12.5% in December 2021.
residential area, very close to the manager's residential area. And according to the supervisor, the contractor refused to cooperate with them. At the time he was doing the fittings and all that, resulting to so many faulty doors, leakages, and improper fixing of doors. So you were asked to ensure that you recall the contractor to come and change all those things before you pay the retention. Please, has that been done?
Rightly so, Chairman. It's been done, and this facility is now being occupied by staff.
Please, auditors, can you confirm that it's properly done and it's occupied by the staff?
Honorable Chair, I think we are guided by the area directed by the Chairman. So 2 weeks time we'll get all those information for you.
I thought this one was going to be 100%. Anyway, Chairman, as usual, 2 weeks.
Well, we've given 2 weeks already. After we've gotten the feedback from the auditors, if there will be the need to call Cocoa Board again, we will do that. But for now, let's go by the 2 weeks. 2 weeks that we have given. Because if they have gone through and there are issues, we need to call you back. But if I had done it earlier, those should have been addressed here. But now, we can address them. So let's move to paragraph 1380, Honorable PAC.
Thank you, Chairman. The issue in question has to do with accountable impress, not retired. According to the auditors, some 21 officers undertook various activities. And the impress they received was not retired. They credit this anomaly to control weaknesses, exercise overpayment procedures. They have told Cocoa Board to ensure that the amount involved, which is 114,115 Ghana cedis, 50 pesos, be retired in the stipulated time, failing which the amount should be adjusted to the personal advance accounts in the officers' names and recovered. According to Cocoa Board, the balance for the unretired impress is 44,261 Ghana cedis, 10 pesos. Has the issue now been resolved?
Yes, Honorable Chair. The total outstanding accountable impress of 114,115.50 Ghana cedis had been fully retired as of September 30th, 2019.
Well, I don't know whether for this one the auditors can authenticate. If you can, let's hear you. If not, I guess the default position will be 2 weeks.
Mr. Chairman, we are guided by your directives. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, another issue that remains unresolved. But, Chairman, as a member of the Education Committee, it's only fair that I commend Cocoa Board for making the decision to redirect the scholarships to farmers' wards to support infrastructure in basic education. It's commendable because we are suffering greatly.
Thank you. Paragraph 1386, Honorable Ajay Boatin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Paragraph 1386 has to do with indebtedness of corporate clients to Cocoa Clinic, amounting to 8.7 million. The corporate clients are listed from 1 up to 159. I recall that the last time this matter was raised, Cocoa Board said they were going to work around it to ensure that the payments were made. Indeed, some amounts were recovered, leaving an amount of close to about 4 million. So we want to find out whether those recoveries have been made now.
Honorable Chair, management has recovered a total of 4.9 million out of the 8.7 million indebtedness. The outstanding amount of 3.7 million, you notice that CPC, that's Cocoa Processing Company, alone is representing almost about 3 million. CPC has provided a payment plan for the payment of outstanding debt within 24 months, period. Management has written to the register of companies to ascertain the operating status of the supposedly defunct companies in order to effectively pursue them for the recovery of the debt. Currently, control measures have been put in place, including a credit agreement between the corporate entities and Cocoa Clinic, which is to ensure scheduled and regular payments. Aside this, all entities are required to make advance payment of 10,000 Ghana cedis before services are rendered from our Cocoa Clinic. Thank you.
So, the auditors, can we confirm those additional payments which have been made?
Mr. Chairman, I think we are guided by your earlier directive. Thank you.
They can't confirm. You would have to go and confirm. But I think that this one, because it's, the clinic is a going concern, will always have this issue. There will be a point in time that one or two clients of the hospital or the clinic will be owing. Okay? But what is important is if what is being owed are being paid. So it will be a running thing. But where the debt is accumulating, that is where we'll have a challenge. But if it is being paid, then we'll not have an issue because it's a going concern. It will always happen. But still, we need to get confirmation from the auditors that, yes, the previous debt are being paid, new ones are being accrued. So that will help us. Now the next one is Honorable Kofi Adams, paragraph 1393.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction is to do with the Cocoa Clinic in Kumasi failing to render services to NHIS card holders. And this is quite interesting. The reason management gave was that when the pilot was done in 2012, they were not included in the pilot. Chief Executive, what is the status now? Do you now accept NHIS card holders or you still doing same asset now?
The clinic in Kumasi doesn't accept the NHIS.
Well, is it only the clinic in Kumasi or your clinics?
Honorable Chair, I need to find out because the issue came in respect of Kumasi Clinic. So, the information we provided, had to be limited to Kumasi. Chairman, the question was, the issue that was raised was area specific. And we know that one is area specific, you treat it so.
Well, I know it's area specific, but I do know also that I'm only asking whether it's a general policy that you give to your clinics or it is just the Kumasi clinic that is doing this. My next question, this is a government policy and a national policy that is considered a major social intervention. And considering that you are Cocoa Board and the lower ladder of your work, the farmer, I don't want to describe the farmer as a poor farmer, but most of them, that is what they actually are, the cocoa farmers. And your clinic is not accepting NHIS cards and therefore may not be rendering services to some of these lower level persons who are working so hard.
Before it gets to our level at management, how do you see it? And since this matter came to you, what have you done to correct this anomaly for the people around the Kumasi and its environs who have NHIS card and should benefit from the cocoa clinic built by funds from cocoa?
Chairman, I think this matter will be looked at after here because it borders on a policy and we will look at it.
CEO, the honorable member asked, is it a policy of Cocoa Board for all your facilities or only the Kumasi clinic? And you said you need to go back and check. But you have all the deputies, your staff are all here with you. Are you the boss? It's a policy matter.
Chairman,
who are you going to consult before you come back?
Chairman, the right people to consult are not here.
Who are those people? That's what I'm asking. Who are they?
This has to do with health.
We know.
That's why I'm pleading with...
You are going to consult health people?
I'm pleading with the...
That should we give NHS holders service? No, it's a policy matter. Tell us that, hey, if you are holding the card, you don't access services of Cocoa Board. Period. Then we know.
Chairman, I want to plead with this House, with this August committee, that you let me look at this matter and report back.
Clerk, take note that our observation is that Cocoa Board is unable to tell us why their services, their clinic do not accept holders of NHIS card. We're going to say that in our reports. Unless you want to tell us you should also be part of the 2 weeks.
Chairman, I think you have to be fair with me in this regard because I've pleaded with this August committee because when I don't have, my information readily available, I think the rules of the House allow that you go and find and then come back so that I don't commit myself because once I say anything, it's going on record. And when I'm not certain, you know the rules.
Okay. What is the Where is a copy of your responses to the issues raised that you show us that, or you informed the audit service yesterday? Where is the copy? Is it there? Go to your response to this paragraph 13, 93. What did you say? What is your response in that document? Did you get a response? Can you read it to us?
Chairman, management said that in 2012, the NHIS decided to pilot the capitation program in the Ashanti region. However, the clinic was not part of the project. This explains why Cocoa Clinic at Kumasi does not render services to the NHIS cardholders.
That is 2012, right?
Yeah, that's 2012 when NHIS was piloted.
So that is the reason why. Are they still piloting?
Capitation program.
Are they still piloting the capitation? Is this still being piloted, or they are now implementing the capitation?
The reason why I pleaded with
so we are giving the 2 weeks.
Yes.
We are giving the 2 weeks because we need to cover this in our report. Okay? Yeah.
As we give them the 2 weeks, should he check, and that is the case, as a board, they must take steps to correct it, because the holders of NHIS card should not be denied that service, including those who have NHIS card in Kumasi and East environment, must not be denied that services, and it must be corrected.
Paragraph 1399, Deputy Ranking.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This has to do with outstanding tenant debtors totaling 354,709 Ghana cedis. You rented out your apartments to 20 tenants occupying your properties at Jubilee House and Lakeside Road, Lake Road in Kumasi, and yes, Jubilee House in Kumasi. And lapse this as a result of your inadequate follow-ups to recover the outstanding debts. First, have you been able to do that?
Chairman, management has been able to recover an amount of 79,114.91 Ghana cedis out of the outstanding rent of 354,709.26 Ghana cedis, leaving a balance of 275,509. $4.35. Management has stepped up efforts at recovering the outstanding debt. Thank you.
Thank you. So these are like stores or offices that you give out to people. Are they still occupying these properties? Are they? And
the list of the occupiers have been indicated.
Yes. I want to find out from you, Chief Executive, whether you have contracts on these ones, because a contract should stipulate when these companies should be paying these monies, and it looks like it's long overdue, and we need these things in the channel.
Rightly so. There's tenancy agreement with each of these occupiers. But the point is that when they default, then we chase them for payment.
All right. Okay. Auditors, kindly verify the payment of 70,000 plus, and also efforts in recovering the rest. Thank you very much, Chairman.
It's Irrigation Company of Upper Region Limited under Cocoa Board.
No.
So, is that company here? Are they in the hall? Okay. What of Grains and Legume Development Board? You're also here. And then National Food Buffer Stock Company Limited. You're also here. All right, so it means that we have come to the end of Cocoa Board. Honorable I.Y. Opoku want to ask public interest question. And then after that, Honorable Akwesi Kunedu. So, Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, there was a report recently which was aired by Al Jazeera on child labor. The report suggests that Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire are using child labor for various farm activities. If this report is correct, it has far-reaching implications. So I want to know the response from Cocoa Board. What is your position on this matter?
Chairman, the reports from our investigation has indicated that it was wrongly reported. The whole incident was stage managed. And I want to seize this opportunity to inform the public and then also the media fraternity about how such reporting have been going to the international media and becoming harmful to the image of the cocoa industry. Apparently, the reporter went to this village in the western region and then, organized the community from a church service. They were even in a church service on Sunday, took them to the farm, and then directed what they should do, including a 4-year-old child to be picking cocoa pods. Chairman, ordinary, no Ghanaian, what his or her sort will allow a 4-year-old child to go and work on a cocoa farm. And this is exactly what, and also on a Sunday, this is exactly what Al Jazeera, broadcast to the whole world for a whole day on hourly basis. It's going to dent our image. But already there is serious concern about child labor in cocoa. And we've been explaining that per our cultural values, there's a distinction, a clear distinction between child labor and child work. I'm coming from a typically, cocoa family. And of course, we've lived on cocoa farms. And I've also done research extensively in that area for almost 20 years. And Chairman, no cocoa farmer in Ghana will want his or her child enter into cocoa farming. You ask a very simple, basic question whether you allow your child, to become a cocoa farmer. The answer is emphatically no. And it's be so. That's why some of us are not in cocoa farming, but we continued and, became parliamentarians and so on and so forth. That's what the farmers are looking for. So if cocoa farmers will not let their biological children become cocoa farmers, then where is this question of child labor? Of course, there are a lot of, rapporteur there, which are not true. For example, if a 15-year-old boy or girl, 16-year-old, is seen carrying water, is deemed child labor on the cocoa farm. And this is being, reported in the international media. And Chairman, per our custom, if you are 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old, and you allow your mother to be going up and down the riverside fetching water, society sees you to be a very irresponsible person. That's how society sees this kind of thing. But for the Western media, they see this as child labor, and this is reported. When any child is using a cutlass, a knife, even for peeling the plantain or for peeling yam or cassava, that's also exposing this child to hazardous work. And these are the kind of things that they are reporting. Ignorant about our cultural values. And some of our own people have bought into this. And they are rather championing these negative reporting at the international media. We think, at the end of the day, it is not cocoa board. It is about the image of Ghana's cocoa that is being destroyed. And when that is done, you go to the market, the traders are not prepared to touch Ghana cocoa. And then it means that then if nobody is buying, the price will have to go down. So it has its own, apart from the collateral damage that is exacting on the industry, it has wider ramification in terms of price and then what we can give to our farmers and all that. And I want to believe that the entire public will take note. It's not the first time this thing has been reported. Once, I think, is it TV3? Joy, TV also reported a similar thing, which also turned out to be stage managed.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive, for exposing some of this hypocrisy. If you go to the so-called Western world, you will find 10, 11, 12-year-old people babysitting. Is that child labor? You go to any of these fast food restaurants, you see 16-year-olds working over there. Is that child labor? Some of the big restaurants, they have them working as hostesses. Is that child labor? What about the 10-year-old or 11, 12-year-old in the Western world who distributes newspapers? Is that child labor? Don't you see some of these farms where you can see a 10-year-old or 11, 12-year-old riding a tractor on those farms? Is that child labor? Those who distribute milk at doorsteps. Look, we shouldn't define it just because of the race of the person. It is about time that we spoke up. What is this story about child labor? Just because you want cheap cocoa products, you label as child labor. It's about time we told them the truth. And it's about time we told them we are tired of this.
All right. I see this as a bigger attempt by, let's say, some multinationals to attack, especially Ghana and Ivory Coast. I know of this living income differential and all these projects that you brought that is giving Ghana some strong purchasing power in this whole cocoa enterprise. I have looked at the professional ethics, the codes that guide Al Jazeera and how they ought to behave. And I think that to move on a Sunday and engage in more like bringing people together to act a movie just to score very cheap political points is unfortunate. Chief, I am suggesting that Cocoa Board take steps to report this matter to Al Jazeera, probably maybe bringing in the Ministry of Information. Let's escalate this matter, because for me, it is not just about Cocoa Board. They are attacking Ghana, and it's something that we all must be involved. So let's escalate it at the governmental level. Their code of ethics is very clear. Once we have evidence that they came and stage managed this act, they are going to retract and they are going to apologize to country Ghana. I think we need to do that.
Honorable Akwesi Konedu, your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, mine has to do with, today we've learned that cocoa forms the energy of our economy. And if that is the case, I mean, our energy depreciated by about 35% last year. We had a record cocoa production of about 1 million metric ton and about 470,000. It reduced to almost about 683,000 metric ton in the last production season. Some of the factors has been clearing of cocoa farms by Galamsey and our inability to use our river bodies. But however, Mr. Chairman, last year we could not prune our farms, and pruning helps our farms and the cocoa trees to regenerate and flower more. And that can also be used as a way of trying to control pest and disease, mosquitoes, black pods, and the rest. And whilst they flower, they are able to give more pods to us. So whilst our land size is reducing, can we go back to a bit of pruning so that it can help the plants to regenerate for us to increase our cocoa production in the next cocoa season?
Honorable Chair, honorable member is right. The point is that the area cultivated, especially area that had fallen to the cocoa solution viral disease, currently is being rehabilitated. The rehabilitation involves cutting the trees, cutting all the trees. So this has actually affected the area or the acreage of cocoa in the western north and then some parts of the country. And we also have climate change, coming last year, for instance. We did not have enough rain to manage the farms. So the ultimate solution and immediate answer that we have is what you have indicated. We call it the vertical productivity measure. When you have a small area, you can decide whether to put up a house vertically or laterally. And we have decided to go vertically. Now, vertically here involves a number of interventions that we introduced in 2018, 2019. So you see that direct costs went up because we have just started pruning, mass pruning throughout the whole country. And it's been very difficult, introducing mass pruning because it involves cutting branches and so on and so forth. And farmers, initially were resistant. So it's taking some time for them to appreciate the importance of pruning. Now everybody is doing it, and we used to refer them to the gospel, John 15:1-2. Yes, Chairman. I think that has actually helped us in the pruning, education, because farmers were reluctant. But anybody who goes to John 15:1, which talks about, I think somebody is reading for us. Yes. So
we'll go and read it at home.
So Chairman now is caught on with all the farmers, and this year, even before Cocoa Board went in, they've all started doing the pruning, and I believe that this is going to reverse the trend. We're also doing a hand pollination. You remember in 2017-18 we came here, and this August House gave it the permission to recruit farm crews to do the hand pollination. We've tried it a couple of years, and now the farmers are used to it. So the combination of these interventions and then also changing the spraying regime are what have been factored to actually boost our production in the coming years. Last year, as I explained, basically the decline was due to the weather. This year we've had favorable rains, so we are sure to meet our target this crop year. Thank you.
I want to seek a little clarification. Did you say that the farmers now know how to do hand pollination, or they are used to it? What is the difference?
The technique was there, but then it was not known to the farmers, and we introduced it in 2018. Now we have as many farmers, as possible doing hand pollination, which multiplies the yield per hectare.
Last one, Honorable Roxon, and only one question.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, I wouldn't have asked this, but for CEO's earlier answer, cocoa board being the backbone of the economy. Now, yes, the oxygen, the backbone, they all mean the same thing. Now, last year I asked you this, if you recall. The regeneration of the cocoa production in the Volta region. You told me there was some program going on regarding distributing new seedlings to some identified farmers. I have some cocoa growing areas in my constituency, in the PAC area, in the Ajokwe, Kweve, Bame, Vegbe area. I know you have a seedling distribution center at Bame, but for some time now I've been monitoring. It's not effective. People are interested. How do we get the center back to distributing seedlings so that those who are interested to going back to cocoa production in the Volta region can also benefit?
Honorable Chair, management will take this up.
All right, so that'll be all for Cocoa Board.
Thank you, Chairman.
Whether you be invited again or not will be determined after 2 weeks. For now, you are discharged.
Thank you, Chair.
Now let's have National Food Buffer Stock and all these. I'm going to mention the 4 agencies. They all take the oath. National Food Buffer Stock Company Limited, Grains and Legumes Development Board, Irrigation Company of Upper Region Limited, and Ghana Irrigation Development Authority. All of you to come and take the oath.
Sorry, sir, I'm waiting for you. Sorry, sir, I want to see your scripture. I swear by the Almighty God, that the evidence I shall give before this committee, touching the matter in issue, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you very much.
Let's have Grains and Legume Development Board. So you have only one issue, which is a financial statement. You don't have any management issue. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
My name is Hanan Abdul-Wahab, Chief Executive Officer, National Food Buffer Stock.
My name is Samuel Bodu, Acting Executive Director, Grains and Legume Development Board.
My name is Frank Libby, Head of Accounts, Grains and Legume Development Board.
Honorable Chair, my name is Engineer Richard Opomboatin, Acting CE, Irrigation Development Authority.
All right. Paragraph 1427 is on the operational result of the company, Grains and Legume Development Board. Now, in 2018, your surplus dropped by 50%, from 281,000 to 140,000. Even though your GOG subvention increased by 27%, your total income actually grew by only 10% because of your other income dropped by 91%. What happened before your other income dropped from 314,000 to 26,000?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2017, we had a project called GTZ, German Technical Cooperation, and they gave in a chunk of money, and it ended in that year. That was in 2027. And 2018, they did not come on board again. So that's where we had the chunk of the money from the project.
The money received from GTZ, I'm sure they are not GIZ.
GIZ.
GIZ. The money received from GIZ, is it part of your other income?
Yeah, it's part of our other income.
So in 2018, you didn't receive much from them?
Yeah, the project ended in 2017.
So if you receive money from GIZ, is it other income? It's a project income. Are you saying other income? Anyway, it's a description.
Okay.
But income from the farms also dropped from 40,000 to 27,000. What happened?
Yeah, that is due to the low sales of the seeds.
Did you produce enough?
Yeah, we produce enough.
And you sold less?
All because in
you sold less,
yeah,
yes or no?
We sold less.
So what is the balance?
It's in the stock.
Okay, so you have a lot of closing stock.
Yeah.
Anyway, your current ratio has improved a bit. But what is the staff strength of the board, the development board?
As at that time or today?
As at that time?
It was around 85.
85?
Yeah.
Now?
Now it's 130.
130?
Yeah.
So, I did not see anything about salary. I only saw administrative activities. Does it mean that salaries that you pay to the staff is captured under administrative activities?
Yes, sir.
Why did you decide to do it that way? Should this show it clearly? Let's know how much is going to salaries and how much is going to goods and services.
We will do that.
All right, that'll be all for you.
Thanks a lot.
Your discharge. Let's move to irrigation company. It's just a few items. Irrigation Company of Upper Region Limited. Kindly introduce yourself.
My name is Dr. Benedict Bonaventure Legbam, the Managing Director of ICO.
My name is Peter Agao, Business Development and Support Services Manager, ICO.
Thank you very much. Paragraph 1404, Honorable Roxanne.
Chairman, thank you very much. ICO, as you are called, the auditors established that you did well regarding your performance in 2019 vis-a-vis 2018. You registered a surplus of 56,443 and 18 pesos. Now, they indicated your performance indicators, so I won't bore you with them. I want to find out what is your situation. What is your situation in January 2023? These are observations in 2020.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The situation in terms of the irrigable area as at January 2023, which indicates we are now going into the dry season, it's a full area to be used by the irrigation. We are looking at 1,800 hectares per the irrigable area to be used.
There's no indication regarding your compensation levels. So, have you recruited more, considering that you want to irrigate more arable land? Have you recruited more personnel?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We have not recruited more. We have a static staff after the retrenchment to manage the area that I mentioned. We had a top-up of recruitment after the retrenchment in 2015 to have enough staff to be able to man the area that we're supposed to cover. Thank you.
How much more acreage do you intend to add to the existing one?
After the rehabilitation in 2021, December, they were supposed to leave that required area mentioned, plus the two uplands O and B of 250 and 100 hectares, plus a zone X of 44 hectares, which is still outstanding. The project is supposed to come back and complete those areas for us.
Okay, I also see improvement in your income and also a movement upwards in your expenditure, which is to be expected. Have you added new machinery for purposes of the arable lands to be irrigated?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We have not added any machinery as such. ICOR has now been mandated to provide services such as effective delivery of water, irrigation water, and maintenance of the canals. We're not supposed to partner with the private sector to have that activity done, which we are in partnership with other companies to provide machinery in terms of land preparation and other few services. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman, just want to commend them to keep working hard to irrigate more lands for our farmers. That would be all for me for ICOR on this matter.
Honorable Isaac, paragraph 1414.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, they are not irrigating more. Chairman, the infraction here is underutilization of irrigation infrastructure. And they are supposed to maximize the use of irrigation facilities in the tunnel and then the via area for the benefit of outgrowers. Unfortunately, as captured under paragraph 1416, 2019-2020 dry season, they were only able to irrigate 15.29% of the irrigable land. They have irrigable land of 3,340, and they were able to cover only 509.30. The auditors are recommending that you should liaise with the Ministry of Agriculture to obtain adequate funds to rehabilitate the via projects. I want to know, what is the real problem? Is it to do with equipment? How come you were unable to irrigate all the arable lands, all the 3,340 to benefit the outgrowers? Is it to do with the inadequate equipment or not enough water to irrigate the said area?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think I have to put this question in perspective because it gets a bit confusing. At the time of the audit, that was the time the rehabilitation was going on. The World Bank JCAP had advised that the contractor should go sectionally to allow activity of farming to go on. So as at the time the audit was on, the area released to us on the left bank was what was recorded. We agree with them. Whilst the continuous work on the left bank was going on, and they added that of the left bank. So that was the area that was released to us. It wasn't that because we didn't have enough equipment to, cover the whole place, or we didn't have enough water. At every season, we make sure that we have enough water to be able to service, either wet season, supplementary, or dry season. So that was the area released by the contractor to us on the left bank for us to cultivate. That area is more than what was mentioned there. It's about 1,500 hectares, but that was the area that was supposed to release to us at that season for us to do the work. As we sit, both left and right bank at the end of the project, 2021 December, has been released to us now. So we're now ranging around 1,800 projections of area to be cultivated. So that's what is happening. It's not a question about water, it's not a question about equipment, it's just about the time of the ongoing rehabilitation. That was the area released for us to cultivate. Thank you.
So when do you hope to cover the entire irrigable area?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As we sit, the status is both left and right bank has been fully rehabilitated. The addition of the 250 plus the 100 hectares for zone O and B is still ongoing because of the re-engineering of the solar panels to get power to take the pumps onto the reservoir. 44 hectares of zone X is still supposed to be attended to. So these are works that the JCAP project, now FSRP, is supposed to come and continue anytime they get the project passed by Parliament.
And any idea how many outgrowers are benefiting so far?
We have a system we call the Water User Association. You have 16 units of the Water User Association, making a whole total of about 3,500 farmers who are benefiting right now. We will have more on the 250 of Zone O, more of the 100 on Zone B when it comes on board.
Well done. I think you've done well. Now let's move on to the next infraction, which is failure to demarcate project sites. The auditors have noted that even though you have the maps, you have still failed to demarcate, the area which is duly yours to protect, the land from encroachers. Have you been able to do that now?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. To put the picture very good for us to look at, the scheme holds 11,000 acres of acquired land, and all the irrigable area is what we call the vested lands. The encroachment is on the 11,000 acres of land acquired by government. There have been portions of it encroached. So immediately management put in measures to get Lands Commission to come and redemarcate the actual encroached areas for decisions to be taken. That came with cost. So it's just last board meeting the management put in front of the board to get an approval of a 25,000 Ghana cedis bill given by Land Commission for it to be executed. And that is just about to start. We are getting funds from our IACs, just collected for the dry season. We are now going to the board to ask for permission to use 25,000 to get the areas on the acquired land that were encroached map out, and for the board to take a decision with regards to property rates and other few things. Thank you.
Before I go to the auditors, has the encroachment, has it stopped?
Yes. When we finished with a very series of meetings with the stakeholders, I took the report to the board. That's what the board asked. Get the unencroached areas blocked by signs and get Lands Commission to come and take stock of the encroached area. The encroachment has stopped, and we're now about demarcating the encroached units within the area to know the actual area they encroach. The encroachment has stopped actually.
Auditors, are you able to confirm the steps they have taken so far?
Mr. Chairman, I think the steps are still ongoing. So we expect that the recommendation will be implemented fully. Thank you.
Chairman, that will be all from me.
Honorable Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Chair. From what the MD said, you can see that the company is really suffering. 25,000 looking for only 25,000 for this. For so many years, no government subvention on goods and services. So, Chairman, I'm just sitting here as the MP from the area. Chairman, if you can use your good office to appeal to the minister to assist them. They don't want to tell, but it's not easy at all. They don't get any government assistance on goods and services. They are just struggling. And the farmers, I'm a farmer myself from that area. I've got about 2 acres. It's not easy at all for them to survive. So, yes, I have 2 acres. It's farming land. It's farming land. I've been farming there since 1970 something. And it's not easy. Most of them are just poor subsistence farmers. It is not like, if you see it, it's not like purely commercial. We have commercial farmers and we have individual farming lands that we farm. But I'm
okay, you've made a point.
Yeah, good. So,
the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture is here. He has listened to you, so that when the allocation is being made, at least he can speak for the company.
Thank you, Chairman. Well noted. We will take it along.
Thank you very much. So that'll be all for the Irrigation Company of Upper Region Limited. ICO, you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. So we'll go to National Food Buffer Stock Company Limited. And Honorable, take it that one. Financial statement. Paragraph 1436, Honorable Rankin.
Could you please introduce yourself, please?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have done that already, so my 2 officers will do that.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my name is Richard Samasanti, Head of Finance, National Food Buffer Stock. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, my name is Arnold Kojo Aka. I'm the Head of Operations, National Food Buffer Stock Company. Thank you.
Okay, the infraction is on paragraph 1436, and Honorable Dakoa will take that.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're looking at paragraph 1436. We're looking at your financials for the year ended 2019. From table 157. We're looking at the operational results. Okay, it says here that you had a surplus of 2.9 million. Recorded in 2018, and this represents a 46.5% improvement in the financial performance of the company during the year. Okay, so I don't have any problem with that since the surplus was recorded. It also shows that your income increased. It moved from 298 to 443. Can you tell us what accounted for such a huge increase in your total income for the year?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And number of schools that are registered under the free senior high school program has increased, enrollment has also increased, and for that matter, it has translated into quantities and prices. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. It also shows that your non-current assets increased by 119%. Overall, I don't have any major issues with your current financials that are here. But let's look at the ratio, okay? That's what I want to look at. It shows it reduced slightly from 1.2:1 to 1.1:1 in 2019. Can you just explain what accounted for this slight reduction?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are putting efforts to get the Ministry of Education to pay us what is due us in time so that we can reduce our receivables and pay our clients in time. Thank you.
So I also see that you'll be capable of meeting your short-term obligations as and when they fall due. So I think I'll just encourage you to take further precautions to ensure that this ratio doesn't reduce any further.
Well noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairman, that'll be all for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 1446, and Honorable Yusuf will deal with that.
John, thank you. The infraction has to do with inadequate accountability on inventory. I don't want to go through the narratives. The most important thing is the recommendations that were made. Tell me whether you've been able to resolve or to attend to those recommendations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the stock register has been updated to reflect the differences, and also, yeah, it has been done already. And documents were made available to auditors for inspection.
So, auditors, can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, confirmed. Thank you.
Chairman, we are good to go.
Thank you very much, Honorable. The next infraction is on paragraph 1452, and Honorable Chenia will do that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. The infraction here is understatement in withholding tax. The company competed to collect a tax of 7.5%, but when the auditors went through, they observed that only 5% of the tax was actually paid instead of 7.5%, and so there was a deficit of 7,215 cedis. And the auditors have recommended that management should review all the payment made and compete a withholding tax of 7.5% and effect payment of the difference to GRA. Have you done that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been reviewed, and subsequent payments to the company has been paid to GRA.
Auditors, can you confirm that they have reviewed and paid the difference?
Mr. Chairman, the review has been done, and a recovery of 7,215 was made and paid to GRA. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, after I'm done, but the chief executive was my junior in the university. It's very important for me to say that. He was working under me as TESCOM president.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't know what TESCOM is, but the next infraction is on paragraph 1457, and that be handled by Honorable Sophia.
Thank you, Chairman. Paragraph 1457. And your infraction here is expenses not adequately supported. And the amount is 482,360. The auditors cited that a total amount of 482,360 relating to hotel accommodation cost, per diem allowances, training cost, vehicle hiring, and fuel cost for regional monitoring and evaluations, and cocoa board warehouse inspection carried out between May and September 2017 were not adequately supported with third-party supporting documents, such as receipts, sign sheets, etc., to account for them. These expenses recorded were only supported with memos approved by the CEO. Now, management auditors are saying that management should investigate the expenses incurred and ensure that activity reports for monitoring and evaluation and inspection activities are produced by personnel as evidence of activities carried out. What do you have to tell the committee on this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Currently, all supporting documents relating to that activity have been made available to auditors for inspection.
So what delayed you from producing them before the auditors came in?
Okay, so at the time of the auditing, there were some documents, and we weren't able to get all the documents from the region, because this was done across all cocoa growing areas. We're trying to take inventory of the warehouses that we have in their current state, so we can see the ones that we can easily put in good shape for that was in 2017 for the next cropping season. Thank you.
Auditors, please, can you confirm if you have all the documents now?
Mr. Chairman, the supporting documents were made available and we verified them. Thank you.
That's all, Chairman.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 4, 1463, and by Honorable Akwesi Kunedo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this will flow directly from the answer that was given about the inventory of warehouses to help them to address the challenges of stock losses. So it made them procure the services of a consultant to help rehabilitate some of these warehouses. The auditors in their review found that this procurement was not competitively done, but your response to them was that it was done by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture themselves. First and foremost, I would want to know whether you've been able to facilitate the auditors' acquisition of those documents from the ministry to verify that this was actually competitively done.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The consultancy report has been made available to the auditors for their review.
In that the auditors also said that the actual amount that in the course of their review was 15,000, but an amount of 150,000 was paid. Could you also ascertain and verify to us what the actual cost was? Is it the 150 or the 15,000 as been said by the auditors?
The 15,000 was wrongly captured. It was repairs and maintenance. The actual amount is 150,000. Thank you.
Auditors, you have been told that you've been able to review the procurement documents. Can you verify for us whether you've reviewed and also the amount as stated? Is it 15,000 or 150,000?
Mr. Chairman, the consultancy reports was another relevant documents were made available to us, and after going through the figures, we realized that it was rather 150,000 and not the 15,000 that was captured earlier. Thank you.
Perfect. That means, Mr. Chairman, all the queries have been resolved and the amount actually is 150,000 and competitively done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The next infraction is on paragraph 1468, and that's Honorable Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I'm not the speaker, sorry.
Maybe you're on the way to becoming a speaker. Mr. Chairman, the infraction here has to do with transactions with suppliers not on the company's license buying list, which cost the company 12,347,402.79 Ghana cedis pesos. Your company is to engage license buying companies who procure and supply food to the company or to the schools under the free HSS program on behalf of the company. These entities pay a registration fee of 500 Ghana. And those that have been accepted by the company go ahead to get license and they pay 1,000 Ghana cedis. Now, auditors have noted during the course of their review of your cost of sales and accounts payable that 43 entities to whom payments were made for the purchase of white maize and other supplies totaling 12,347,402 Ghana cedis were not on the list of license buying companies obtained from the company's operational team. Now, in addition to that, the license buying company list in 2018 had also not been updated with these supplies. Now, you cited engagement of these companies on the basis of emergency, but the auditors again cited no documentation supporting your claims. Now, besides, no indication of resignation and license fees collected from the 43 entities prior to bringing them on board as suppliers, and the company may have lost not less than 64,500 in revenue as a result of not collecting registration of 500 and licensing of 1,000 from the 43 entities. Now their recommendations are this: you should go ahead to collect the 64,500 from the entities. Then 2, management should again update the list of suppliers to reflect all engaged for the purposes of free SSS and those engaged for emergency purposes. What have you done about these 2 recommendations so far?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the entities that were contacted were engaged to supply various food items under the free senior high school program during the first academic year of the program. After we have opened the portal for registration and payment of license fee and others, some of them are of the view that government is going to even pre-finance the activities of suppliers to the schools and other government institutions. So a lot of them couldn't, couldn't supply. So we have to rely on the existing suppliers of the schools. And as at the time we got this information that our registered suppliers are unable to do it, students were already in school. So telling somebody from Bunkurugu or Navrongo to come to Accra and register before he supplies would be a bit of a challenge. So but at the end of the day, we're able to, management has updated the LBC list, and then we have also recovered the service charges from the suppliers, the license fee from the suppliers. And auditors have reviewed it.
So the thinking of your existing companies were that payments were not going to be effected in time. They were afraid. Is that what you mean?
When we engaged them for their services, they thought government is going to pre-finance, put money in their hands for them to go and supply. Yeah.
Mr. Auditors, there is a lady there. Madam Auditor, how far
Have you gone down with the explanation? Has that been done?
Mr. Chairman, we have the updated list of suppliers. Monies, in fact, the fees that they were supposed to be paid were also deducted from their claims. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, all has been resolved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 1476, and it's about operational advances not retired in a timely manner. The amount is 76,335. What is the status of this advances?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All outstanding operational advances have been retired. Moreover, management has instituted a 2-week post-activity retirement policy, which is captured in the company's accounting manual. Thank you.
Could the auditors confirm that, please?
Mr. Chairman, confirm. And the other leg was that there was also a staff loan of 2,000 that they needed to also recover, and that one was also recovered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 1482. Honorable Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue here has to do with expenses not adequately supported. An amount of 333,050 cedis. According to the auditors, you could not support this amount with third-party documentation, and the amount was spent on monitoring and evaluation of free SHS activities, calendars, and office wear, and other fixed assets management. By the time of the audit, you could not support this expenditure with third-party documentations, such as receipts and sciences. So in their recommendation, they asked for those documents to ask you to support with those documents. That management should ensure that activities reports for monitoring and evaluation. The actual serious problem here was a monitoring and evaluation report. Even though there's the list here that you have done monitoring evaluation, they did not cite any report. And they asked you to produce those reports. What do you have to say about this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As at the time of audit, we had some of the documents, but currently we have all the supporting documents relating to such activity and have been attached to payment vouchers and given to auditors, including a field report. Thank you very much.
According to your response, you said that these reports, these documents were with the original managers. And normally 30 days, they come to stay with you. You have the interim audit, final audit, and you could not provide this. Then you waited for the audit. Now you've been able to provide them with this report. Anyway, auditors, have you now seen those reports, with especially the multi-evaluation report?
Mr. Chairman, the monitoring and evaluation reports were duly submitted for our review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Looking at the list provided on page 312, I am curious. One of the items is payment for calendars and office wares, 135,000. What calendars are those, and what are the office wares?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When I took over office, the company was in a coma. We need to do some form of branding, especially that we have been engaged to, deal with the feeding component of the free senior high school program. We have to sell the made in Ghana rice, having them in our calendars and diaries. So these are all part of branding to, create our awareness and our availability.
Well, that's the explanation. Branding. I hope now you are sufficiently branded. Because I have been speaking a lot about Buffer Stock Food Company. And let's hope that the next audit report will not see branding and calendars again. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 1488, and Honorable Ranking will do that. Okay. I should take it from you. All right. 1488, we are talking about transactions with suppliers, not on the company's approved list. And the amount is 30,360,44 cedis. We have a long list over here. What is the status of it now?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's the same process like before. Every academic year, we have to update our list of licenses suppliers or license buying companies. And management has updated the list to include all suppliers and receipt for the payment of the license fees, and all available for documents are available for auditor's inspection. Thank you.
Can the auditors confirm this, please?
Mr. Chairman, the supplies list that they provided later was updated, and the receipt for the payment of the license fees were also verified. Thank you.
All right, sir. Honorable PAC.
Chairman, can the CEO let us know how Buffer Stock selects its suppliers? I'm curious.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from my Honorable Clement PAC if this is an audit issue that has come up and he wants to seek clarifications. Otherwise, we move on.
But Mr. Chairman, this is a very basic question. They must have a criteria for selecting suppliers. I mean, you advertise, you handpick, you solicit. That is what I want to know.
Maybe he would want to be a supplier.
Yes, that could be the reason. Not just me.
I'll make it available to you.
Chairman,
after this meeting.
All Ghanaians who are interested may want to become part of it.
All right. Let's move on. The next one is on paragraph 1494. And Honorable Queenster will do that, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Inadequate debtors management system worth 6 million. 14. Yeah, the review was that the review was of the trade and other receivables. That's NAFCO does not maintain comprehensive sub-ledger records for debtors, thereby making tracking and collection of debts ineffective. An amount of 6 million for Ghana school feeding program, for example, has been outstanding since 2015. And management explained that collection of the amount was delayed due to a change in the oversight of the ministry. Management has assured that the sub-ledger accounts are being managed. What is the situation now, auditors?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Currently, we have put in place an accounting software that has sub-ledger account for individual customers. Thank you.
Thank you too, Mr. Chairman. Can you confirm for me?
Mr. Chairman, the accounting software is in place as we speak. Unfortunately, it has not been reviewed by the Auditor General as stipulated by law for final approval. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that you are supposed to give it to the Auditor General to review and approve it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are aware. Thank you.
When are you going to do that?
So we'll liaise with them and present it to them officially.
What is as soon as possible?
By close of the week, Mr. Chairman.
So we give you 1 week.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Next one is on paragraph 1500, and unapproved payment vouchers up to 1.9 million Ghana cedis. Several of them. What have you done? Oh, there's about 145 payment vouchers. What is the status of these vouchers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They have been regularized by management, and currently all PVs are approved by CEO and SFO. Thank you.
You know how serious this one is when you are not approving it.
I know, Mr. Chairman.
Auditors, could you confirm that, please?
Mr. Chairman, the recommendation has been implemented. Thank you.
The next one is on paragraph 1505 and 1506, and Rankin will take care of that.
In this infraction, total amount of 1,976,047 cedis, 0.47 pesos were expanded without adequate supporting vouchers. It's quite a number of them, about 28 of them. I'm getting disappointed in buffer stock. The way you are doing your things, as if you don't understand the financial management laws. Because next time when you come around and you have expended money without appropriate approval, we may disallow it. We may not allow it to pass through. We may not take what retrospective approval or support. So be notified. By the way, auditors, can you confirm whether these expenditures that were not approved have been ratified now?
Mr. Chairman, all the supporting documents for those vouchers were attached to the vouchers for our review, and we have accepted them. Thank you.
Could they have been manufactured? I expect you to answer my question.
Chairman, I think I did. That it's a responsible organization, and we cannot do that. We cannot do that. Thank you.
No. Sometimes we will accept 1 or 2 infractions, but if you have situations when you have over hundreds of PVs not really approved, and well, quite a number of them without the necessary supporting documents. Then I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I'm intervening because I just heard the auditors saying that all the supporting documents have been given to them.
No, you know, let me tell you something. Documents can always be manufactured. So if all these documents were available, I'm sure the auditors would have been cited. Would have cited them. They can always be manufactured. So don't take it lightly, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, but this is a public interest issue, and it's of serious. There are serious ramifications if it gets out there, because you deal with banks, they deal with suppliers, huge ones, and if it comes to this platform, and we are saying that there are some manufacturing companies over there, that's why I'm taking exception, because of the image of.
No, I asked them a question, whether these documents were manufactured. It was for them to say yes or no. You don't have to take exception to anything I've said. I've asked them a question.
Mr. Chairman, no, we don't manufacture any document at the buffer stock company.
Well,
thank you.
Let me just tell you that at our next sitting, we already decided that we will not accept these payments without the appropriate documentation and vouchers. We will not accept them again. So just to give you notice and everybody else notice. Thank you.
Well noted.
Chief Executive, the problem is you have several infractions and they are all about accounting. Do you have a finance person?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But you see, when you have to write how many checks? About 145 without it being approved. And then later on, the chief executive and the senior finance officer have to go back to approve it. I mean, these are all very serious accounting problems. You have at least 12 infractions when it comes to these accounting problems. And when we look at it from here, it means you have serious accounting issues. For example, now you go to paragraph 1512. Failure to deduct and pay withholding taxes up to the tune of 150,000. I don't want to ask you why, but why wouldn't you be able to withhold the taxes? And we are talking about 93 transactions. And I'm sorry, this is the last one. And if you read paragraph 1514, it says the infractions was due to lack of understanding of the income tax by the schedule officers. I mean, this is a public document. So you are indicting yourself. What is the status of this amount, the taxes that you failed to withhold?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The withholding taxes from the vendors was deducted from subsequent payment and paid to GRA, which has been reviewed by auditors.
Can the auditors confirm that, please?
Mr. Chairman, we confirm that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. National Buffer Stock Company, you are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now I call on our Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. And I'm sorry. Hello, Irrigation Development Authority. Is that under buffer stock? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So Irrigation and Development Authority. And after that, I'll call Minister of Lands, please. Could you please introduce yourselves, please?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, my name is Engineer Richard Opomboatin, the Acting CE, GHIDA.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Albert Alfonso Sapia, Deputy Chief Manager, Finance, GHIDA.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Engineer Philemon Yankson, Head of Project Development.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Richard Kojo Agbavo, Deputy Principal Accountant with GHIDA.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bernardo Tinkran, Head of Internal Audit, GHIDA.
Honorable Ranking would take that, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed that I'm looking at your financials. There was a 43% decrease in your total income between 2018 and 2019. Can you explain why?
Honorable Chair, thank you. The reduction occurred as a result of decrease in government subvention. Thank you.
Why was there a decrease in government subvention?
Mr. Chairman, some certificates were raised, but payment delayed in 2019. During the audit, the payment has not been effected. That accounted for that.
I don't understand. Can you come again?
There were some ongoing project rehabilitation, dams rehabilitation, and certificates were raised in 2019, but the payments were not made. That's why you see the subvention. You could see that the 43% decrease came in 2019. That accounted for that.
So the government pays you subvention for what and what and what. I thought that mainly subventions will be paid for salaries and those kind of things.
Mr. Chairman, the issue is that in 2019, the allocation for us was lower, as you can see. So the releases as they come, that's how we captured it in the account.
What goes into your subvention?
It's the compensation, goods and services, and then keepers.
So was there, in 2019, was there a redundancy or what? I mean, I want to be clear. How did it reduce? Was it the staff that were reduced or?
No, it wasn't a reduction in staff, but keepers. Works were done, certificates were sent to finance, but payment was not released to us to pay the contractors. That's what resulted in the decrease in subvention.
Generally, what is your composition? I mean, what is the percentage of capex in your subvention, generally speaking?
Generally, it's always about 95%, generally.
Okay. That'll be fine. Okay. Chairman, I'm okay with the financials.
All right. Thank you very much. Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, you are discharged. And now please let's call Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. And we are calling Lands Commission, Songo Salt Project, Administrators of Stool Lands, and Forestry Commission. All of you should come in to be sworn in.
I,
Benito Usubio,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
We'll start with Forestry Commission, please. Please introduce yourself, Minister.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my name is Benito Usubio, MP for Achiman Wabieja North, and also a Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Chairman, the others will also do self-introduction.
Yes, please.
Chairman, my name is Patrick Agbeskiani. I'm the Chief Director at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources.
Okay. So, Chairman, I'm Samuel Ode, Director of Finance and Administration of Forest Commission.
Thank you, Chairman. Elisha Sidwan Ponsan, Director, Internal Audit.
Kujo Audi is my name. Forestry Commission.
I'm John Aluti, Chief Executive, Forestry Commission.
I'm Hugh Brown, Executive Director, Forest Services Division of the Commission.
Okay, well, we'll start from paragraph 1215 on your operational results, and Rankin will take that, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed that there was an 88% increase in your subvention for between 2018 and 2019. What was the purpose? What was the purpose?
The increase in the subvention was due to the YE, the payment of the YE staff. That's government released some monies for the payment of the youth and afforestation allowances. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm looking at your IGF. I think there was an increase of about 11%, so that's okay. And then goods and services too increased by 43% between 2018 and 2019. Can you give us details on what was the purpose?
We bought some logistics for the youth and afforestation. Most tools and logistics for the youth, uniforms, tools, cutlasses for the youth and afforestation staff.
Yeah, I noticed that in spite of all these inputs, you still recorded a deficit in 2019, even though there's a reduction in deficit from 49 to 14. When are you going to break even?
In 2021, we broke even in 2021.
And 2022?
We are yet to be audited, so after the final audit, we'll see.
Okay, thank you very much. That will be all for me, Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 1224, and Honorable Ejay Boateng will take that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has to do with unretired impress amounting to 53,080 Ghana cedis. The auditors have set out the list with the PV numbers and the amount totaling 53,080 Ghana cedis. What is the current situation? Because the audit review, after this information became obvious, the auditors asked that the impress accounts be retired. So we want to find out whether Forestry Commission you have worked on it and that the interests have been retired. The impress has been retired.
Chairman, the impress outstanding has been retired completely.
All of it?
All of them, yeah.
Can the auditors confirm?
Honorable Chair, we have confirmed 41,485, leaving an outstanding of 11,595. Yet to confirm. Thank you.
So, Forestry Commission, the auditors are saying that you haven't finished with the retirement of the entire amount.
We will liaise with you because we know we've fully retired it. So we'll come and we'll liaise with them, confirm everything.
Well, that will be all for me, Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Then, within a week, let them know what you have, okay? The next infraction is on paragraph 1229, outstanding debt not recovered, and that is 6.1 million Ghana cedis. What is the status of this debt?
One of the companies have fully paid the debt. It was about 2.3 million. That was been fully paid. And the other company too says that they would like to come and do the plantation rather than paying the money. So that one, I think my executive director will talk about it.
One more time, please. Oh, okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, there were two companies who had contracts to undertake plantation development: Zoll Services Company Limited and Ecotech Services Limited. Ecotech is the one he referred to. They've fully paid the outstanding 2.3 million or thereabout in full. Zoll has opted to perform rather than to pay. So the Commission has released land in excess of 3,000 hectares for them to rehabilitate at their own cost.
Now, when are they going to perform instead of paying the debt?
Our understanding is that this planting season, they would execute the operation. We've released land to them. They are now preparing a reforestation plan for our scrutiny and approval, and the intention is to plant this year.
So do you have this in writing, or it was just verbal?
We have it in writing, and I believe copies of their intention was communicated and made available to the auditors.
Can the auditors confirm that, please?
Honorable Chair, the amount recovered, we can't confirm. So in our status, we still have the 6.1 million still outstanding. Thank you.
I thought you said you have communicated that to the auditors.
We sent you.
When did you send it to him? Hello,
almost
sir.
About 2 weeks.
Sir. Sir, could you address the chair, please? When did you send it to them?
About a month ago. Yes, we sent it to them.
About a month ago?
Yes, we started with them and we told them how much we've retired. We've retired everything.
Okay, that one also goes with that 1 week issue that you need to make sure they get everything that they are supposed to get.
So I think we have the receipts are even in our books that we show to even them that they have retired the monies.
You have 1 week to reconcile this with them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Forestry Commission, you are discharged. Next one is Lands Commission. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Honorable Chair, my name is Jones Ofori-Buedu, Deputy Executive Secretary, Lands Commission.
Honorable Chair, my name is Christian Osamiel, Head of Finance, Lands Commission.
Thank you very much. Lands Commission. The infraction is on, not an infraction, 1160. We are talking about your operational results. 2018, you ended with a deficit of 27 million. And 2019, a deficit of 12 million. Even though your IGF of 2019 was increased by 25.8%. Your grants also went up 200%. Let me go to the statement of financial position. 2018 it was 120, and 2019 28.2 to 1. Let me go straight to the management issues. Inclusion of separated staff on the nominal payroll to the tune of 20,000. What have you done about this?
Honorable Chair, the payroll register has been updated and all the separated staff has been sponged out of it. And then the 4 separated staff who were receiving salary, it has been retrieved and paid into the suspended accounts at Controller and Accountant General. The receipts are here, and we have furnished the auditors with the update.
Can the auditors confirm that, please?
Honorable Chair, yes, confirmed.
All right. The next infraction is on 1173, Ghana School of Survey and Mapping, operating training school without legal framework. What has happened to this?
Honorable Chair, we have a draft bill which we have submitted to our lawyers to review, and after which we would submit to our Honorable Minister for action, necessary action.
Okay, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, the Deputy CEO is right. We are following the process with keen eyes, and even this is a copy of the draft bill. So as soon as the draft is reviewed, we would make sure that I will bring it to Parliament for the parliamentary procedures to start.
Auditors, could you confirm that, please?
Honorable Chair, the process is ongoing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Lands Commission, you are discharged. Next one, let's call administrators of school lands, Bono region. I'm sorry, Lands Commission. Lands Commission, don't go, not too fast. There's one more item that I overlooked. There's one more thing that I overlooked, and it's talking about expired accreditation.
Honorable Chair, there's a lot of work being done on the expired accreditation. Currently, as we speak, we have a certificate from the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission dated June 29, 2022 for institutional authorization. And then we've been asked to provide some documents which would feed into the granting of the accreditation. We've done all that and we've submitted it to them. There are 16 policies that the school had to develop, which has all been done and submitted to the GTEC. Currently, we are awaiting for them to come for an inspection and then grant us the accreditation.
How long will this process all take?
Honorable Chair, I cannot speak on the timelines, but what the requirements are, we have fulfilled all the requirements for them to come for the inspection. So we are hoping that within the next few weeks, they should come for the inspection and then accreditation will be granted.
Okay, as soon as you have it, please make sure that you notify the auditors so that we can go from there. Yes, Honorable.
Chairman, if you look at the first part of their response, management responded that the school was unable to satisfy all the requirements stipulated for accreditation by the National Accreditation Board. So your response is, your verbal response now is in conflict with what is stated here. The impression I'm getting from the written response is that you are unable to provide all the requirements. You are unable to satisfy that. Is that the case?
Honorable Chair, that is the case as at 2018. But if you read further on our response, you see that the current state is that we have moved further from what the state was in 2018 when the auditors came. So the current state is what I have outlined to the committee, Honorable Chair.
All right. That's Lands Commission. You are now finally discharged.
Thank you very much.
Administrator of Stool Lands. Please introduce yourself.
Honorable Chair, my name is Mami Ama Edumadziakwa. I'm the Administrator of Sulans.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Joseph Ansa, Head of Accounts.
Okay, your infraction is on 1197, and Honorable Philip Baswa will take care of that.
Thank you, Chairman. The third paragraph, that's 1197, has to do with infraction on unpresented value books, 2 GCRs. Chairman, the 2 GCR, 2 value revenue collectors failed to produce 2 GCRs with no par value for audit. And Stolans, I want to know the reason for your officer failure to do so.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, first of all, the books were later taken to the district officer. The problem is that the books were with commission collectors, and these collectors go into the hinterlands. So if they don't get enough information at the time of the audit, they may not be available for audit. However, they more often than not present their books for audit. And so after the audit, the books were taken to the district officer, and we have given it to our auditors for verification. Please, thank you.
Auditors, I want you to confirm that.
Honorable Chair, information from our district office indicated that they inspected the 2 GCLs. Thank you.
So, I want to know the system you have put in place to ensure that such thing wouldn't occur again.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have agreed with our auditors that they give us a rota when they want to come on audit so that we can inform our commission collectors to be available. If not, they bring their books to the district office so that they can be audited. Because if you don't do that, the likelihood that you get all the commission collectors is very difficult. Thank you.
Chairman, I think...
Yeah, there's also an issue on unaccounted revenue of 3,420. How about that?
The amount has been recovered and the receipts have been given to the auditors, please, Honorable Chair.
Can the auditors confirm that, please?
Honorable Chair, confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next infraction is on paragraph 1204. And Honorable IY will take care of it.
Thank you, Chairman. It's about unaccounted revenue. Between January 2017 and May 2020, 2 revenue collectors at Goso, they collected an amount of 6,910, and they paid only 2,880 to the bank, leaving a balance of 4,030 Ghana cedis. The collectors, John Kingsley Dapa, he collected 4,920 and paid only 1,820. The balance is 3,100. And Bismarck Eduamwakun also collected 1,990, paid only 1,060, and he might have bolted with the rest, 930. So the 2 put together is 4,030. What has happened to that amount? Have you been able to recover?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we have recovered that amount. Mr. Bismarck Dapa left his work. However, Mr. Edu Amwakun died. And so normally we bond them. So we contacted their guarantors and the amounts have been retrieved and paid. The receipts have been given to the auditors for confirmation. Thank you.
Man, that'll be all. Auditor, sorry, are you able to confirm that?
Honorable Chair, yes, the 4 receipts covering the amount were verified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The next infraction is on paragraph 1211, and Honorable Adamako Kisi will handle that.
Thank you, Chairman. This has to do with Kitwebians in the sense that these are rents in very low rates, which have ballooned to 40,000 and 58,000, and I think 26,000. And the reason why I said Kitwebians, these are 8 years for some of them, but Poco a Poco is now a huge amount of money. So what's the update in terms of 1, our rental revenue collection, and then 2, if we've recouped the rent owed government? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as you rightly pointed out, that some of them were 8 years. The problem in the Kintampo area is that the Fulani men have driven most of the farm owners out of their farms. And so even though they exist in our records as land owners, they no longer have the farms. and so they do not pay the rent. Some of them also, because of the shifting cultivation, they leave the land and come back after a while. But such people, when they come back, always come back to the office to pay. So what we have done lately is to create sort of new leisures, where the very, very old ones who have not come to us for over a period of 5 years, we do not transfer them into our new leisures. However, if the person comes, they normally would pay all the outstanding rent, and then we transfer them into our new leisures. We also have now digitalized our operations, and so we are collecting new data and making sure that these things are minimized. Thank you very much.
Audit Service, can you confirm or corroborate what she's saying, please?
Honorable Chair, now demand notice are being issued to the defaulters. Formerly it wasn't like that, but now they do issue demand notices to the defaulters. Thank you.
Well, I think the reports are different. Issuing demand notice, following up the money, and what you said, I was very impressed with the modernization. I think you are almost doing what's this rental thing that goes on? When they leave, what happens? When they vacate, are you able to give it to another person or what? Or it's still in their name for that whole period?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Unfortunately, the land is not ours, and so we cannot give it to them. The land belongs to the stool. The issue of demand notices being now sent is because previously we would travel to the farm and demand the rent, but now we send the demand notices ahead of us going to the farms to collect the rent.
Well, we need to work a little bit harder. Per my small experience with property rates, I'm sure even some may collect and not even bring to you. Does that happen?
Honorable, please, we do not deal in property rate. Property rate is for your experience. Well,
I mean, the people you send out to collect the rent, do they always account appropriately?
They are bonded, so they always do. We bond them.
Okay, I'll move on to the outstanding for Atibubu, which is 48,000 Ghana cedis. This has to do with also a stool land, and we're looking at 4 filling stations, 3 guest houses, 1 hospital, owing 48,000 in non-tax revenue for a year.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have sent them to court. What we've done is that we have an arrangement with the magistrate courts because our law or our act does not mandate us to take them to court ourselves. So we liaise with the magistrate courts, and we have sent them because we've sent several demand notices, and because of that, the fact that as an office we cannot take them to court, they are hiding behind that. So we've sent them several demand notices, and we've sent them to the district magistrate court to try and get our money. We have also reported them to their various traditional authorities to help get us the rent. Thank you.
So, Audit Service, do we have the court documents to buttress this? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, as for court documents, we are yet to verify them.
Honorable Chair, I'm sorry about that. That must have been a mistake on our part, because even the reports that we brought to this House, we have some of the copies of the letters that we've sent to court, so we will rectify that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm assuming the clerk has a copy of what you're talking about, and I'm hoping your local audit service has also received, or they haven't received.
Honorable Chair, we are yet to verify. They are yet to provide us with that.
Chairman, I think the audit service hopefully will get back to us in maybe 14 days, or to verify both claims as made by our powerful administrator of students. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Madam, what about Diayo Nkwanta, unaccounted for revenue of 3,700?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That amount has also been retrieved, and copies of the receipts have been sent to our auditors for verification. Thank you.
Can the auditors confirm that, please?
Honorable Chair, yes, confirmed.
All right. You are discharged.
Thank you very much.
You are discharged. Do you have Songo oil? A Songo salt project? Minister, is this under your ministry?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Songo is under our ministry. But then there's been a small change in the operations. As we speak now, is now what we call the electrochem. So it's not a private company. Yes, so we are liaising to bring, to get hold of the former management who were caretakers for them to answer these queries. Yes.
Then I think that you are discharged then.
Mr. Chairman, we still have MDF, the Minerals Development Fund. MDF.
Is it under your ministry?
Yes, it is.
It's under the Ministry of Finance.
No, Minerals. It is the other one, that is the MIF, the Minerals Investment Fund, that is under Ministry of Finance.
Now, where is it?
Yes, so let's invite them.
Do you have the infractions? I don't.
Mr. Chairman, the
Paragraph 15. Paragraph 15.
Paragraph 15. Is it in this book?
This one.
Mr. Chairman, that is under MDS. So it's not in this report.
Okay.
But it's just a query, one query, and we thought.
So you are discharged then? You are discharged. Yes. Nice.
So you come.
Let's have Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance. So we haven't.
And Ministry of Finance, we want to invite Venture Capital Trust, Securities and Exchanges Commission, National Lotteries, I see the DG, Bank of Ghana.
Bank of Ghana is not coming.
Okay, Bank of Ghana, it will come another day. Ghana Publishing Company and Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation.
Yes, sir.
They should come and take the oath. Yes. Yes. Will come another day.
So what would you do?
We'll call lotteries first.
You see?
We'll call lotteries.
No. We call venture.
Clerk, let's do this quickly.
Can one of them go and eat? The auditors.
Thank you.
Okay.
Clerk, let's take this quickly, please. And after that, venture capital, you get ready.
I,
Abna Oseya Sari,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Thank you very much. Venture capital, may we have you? Yes. Venture capital, kindly introduce yourself to the committee. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my name is Abna Oseya Sari, Member of Parliament for Itiwa East and Deputy Minister of Finance, and a former member of the Public Accounts Committee. The others will introduce themselves.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Yao Owusu Brempong, CEO of Venture Capital Trust Fund.
And I'm Francisca Uku, Head of Finance and Administration.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Hayford Amo. I'm responsible for internal audit at the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to paragraph 749. Honorable Kofi Adams will take that. Oh, Honorable Aka. Okay, Honorable Aka. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Your financial performance in 2020 was an improvement over 2019. You cut down your losses, and your total expenditure also reduced. Your income raised, and the total income also raised, and the revenue dropped. So what accounted for the drop in the revenue? Even though you did very well, your total expenditure was less, your total income was more, but the revenue was low.
Mr. Chairman, our revenue is mainly based on investing our surplus fund in fixed deposits with the banks. In 2020, our surpluses was lower, and therefore our investment income turned out to be lower. That explains the difference between the 2020 and 2019. Thank you.
So what was the main reason why your loss was down? Your total loss was down?
Mr. Chairman, there was a one-off income of other income. We took a former CEO to court, and a former CEO and a few others to court, and they were asked to refund some monies to us. So if you look at it, there was 3 million coming from other income, and it's a one-off income. That explains the reason why our overall performance was better than the previous year. Thank you.
That is good. And the financial position also, your liquidity ratio was good, quite an improvement. So your current ratio also showed a healthy position at from 20.32 to 1, an improvement from the previous year, which was 38.44. So I think, what is the situation now in 2022?
Mr. Chairman, the situation is much better than 2020.
Any haircut there?
Mr. Chairman, I am an accountant myself, so cost management is a key part of my work, and that is why you see such an improvement. No haircut.
Okay, thank you.
I would have gone to the next issue, but for your recent answer. So let me ask, what led to a decrease in your current assets from about 12 million to 11 million?
Mr. Chairman, if you look at it, the main difference is coming from our cash and cash equivalent balances. It went down. It was because in 2020 we didn't receive any budgetary allocation, so we're relying on our previous cash balances, and therefore it went down.
Okay, very well. We'll go to the next issue. Honorable Akwesi Kunedu will take that.
Thank you. Venture capital. The faction is you failed to redeem an equity investment that you made in the African University College of about 1.4 million Ghana cedis. Your response to the auditors were that you've made several follow-ups as to that. That is way back in 2018. What is the current status of that equity redemption?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The nature of our operation is said that we invest in SMEs through venture capital finance companies, and exiting the investment in the companies is one of the things that we do. And exiting is based on negotiation. In 2018, we entered into an agreement with AUCC to exit their investment. And the basis of the negotiation was that he was expecting another investor in AUCC, but we have to exit first. Unfortunately, he couldn't complete or conclude the negotiation with the other investor. And so we have been working with him to make sure that the exit goes through. The issue came up at our last board meeting, and the strategy that we are going to do, because we usually give the first option to the promoter of the business. If the promoter is not taking advantage of the first option, we are allowed to look elsewhere. And the decision now is to value AUCC again, because the negotiation was based on 2018 valuation. It's an ongoing company, and we have 30% in the company. So if we have to exit now, it has to be based on the current value of the company. As I'm speaking, we've entered into an agreement with a consultant to do the negotiation. We get the current value of the company, and then we can look outside AUCC or look for an alternative investor to buy us out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, am I to believe that, have you exited, and now that you are trying to do a revaluation, would that revaluation be accepted by them as to that value that will be currently revalued for you as 30%, or they will still stick by that 1.4 million, which is very important, because if you exited, you are probably out. But if you are still with them, then you probably would benefit from that. So are you still with them?
We are still with them. We haven't exited.
Oh, okay, but
the money has not been paid, and once it hasn't been paid, we haven't exited. They still invite us to shareholders meeting. They still give us copies of the management report. So we are still a shareholder of AUCC.
Okay, that would be good, Mr. Chairman. It means we are still having appreciation of that 30%.
That's very good. We'll go to the next infraction. The Honorable Samson Tangombu Chagia will take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue here talks about the sources of funding from the National Reconstruction Levy, the Act 597, which purposely state that 25% of the proceeds from National Reconstruction Levy should be allocated to venture capital. What I am seeing and what the auditors have observed is that since the abolition of that act, or repealed the act completely, sources of funding to venture capital has become a problem. And so for now, they only rely on Ministry of Finance to release funds for them. And since 2017, the allocations are there, they are very clear. Even 2017, 119 million, they got only 20 million. 2019, 100 million, they got only nil. 2019, 28.5, they got nil. So the auditor's recommendation is that they should liaise with the sector minister to set up alternative statutory fund source. And again, they are talking of budgetary allocation. So I think it's a advisory recommendation here, because the act was set by Parliament, and it's a problem. You are the chairman.
Honourable Member, it shouldn't be a matter for venture capital. So, clerk, you take notes. We have to make recommendations for an alternative source statutorily provided for venture capital. So we'll take note so that we'll reflect this in our report. Honorable Kisi, if we can take the next issue for us. Okay, so venture capital, that will be all for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Discharged. National lotteries. Let's see quickly. Director General, can you introduce yourself and your team?
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon to you and the committee. With me here this afternoon is Director for my Deputy Director General, Madam Anna Homamieza. Then also with me is the Director for Legal, Madam Juliana Fumwa Bruce, and then our General Managers for Contract and Compliance, Mr. David Lamte and Madam Crystal Asayek, and then our Chief Internal Auditor, Madam Emanuela Ephraim, Director for Finance, Mr. Enes Morty, and then our Corporate Affairs team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ranking will open the issues with us. Ranking.
Yeah, thank you very much, Acting Chairman. We noticed that between 2018 and 2019, your surplus reduced by 81%, a whopping 81%. What happened?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the purposes of this presentation and discussion, Director for Finance will respond to that appropriately. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. The surplus reduced due to our transfer to the consolidated fund.
Speak into the mic, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Chairman. It's due to our contribution to the consolidated fund that year.
Can you say that again?
Our transfer to the consolidated fund is made from the surplus account. So that's all happened.
You mean, which line in your table is showing that? Which line in your table is showing your transfer to consolidated fund?
Is there?
Mr. Chairman, you won't see it as a line item, but that is the reason for the reduction, since we also contribute into the consolidated fund. So once it's coming from the surplus account, it normally takes a hit from there. But Honorable Minister for Finance, Deputy Minister for Finance is here.
Director General, your explanation is not, I'm not comfortable with your explanation. So among your expenditure items or among your outflows, where is that transferred to the consolidated fund?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
And Honorable Minister, before you come in, whether this was made clear to the auditors. You see, we are tackling issues raised by the auditors. So if this explanation had been given to the auditors, I don't think they would have captured it the way they have done in the reports. So it's important that the discussions, as we hold the discussions, the auditors are made to know that these were the issues.
Go ahead.
Yes.
It's not in the line item over there, but it's in the financial statement where you transfer 33 million to the 33.9 to the consolidated fund. Thank you.
Excuse me. Auditors, this statement is supposed to have been edited by you. Do you subscribe to what they are saying?
Honorable Chair, this is their operation results, and this is different from their financial statement. So after going through the financial statement, we pick up the issues and run a commentary about it. But if you go to their financial statement, as described, you will see those figures there. Thank you.
But don't you think, as an accountant, you know your income, the one you call lotto intake, dropped by more than about 30 million. Don't you think that's the cause of your problem?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in their act,
okay.
After the operational cost, if there's any surplus, and they are supposed to pay a portion into the consolidated fund, and that's exactly what they did.
Chairman, we have to look at the figures very well. These are clear line items. You have the direct operating expenses as against income and miscellaneous income. And the income is there. Income, lotto intake. Now you come and look at your salary distribution expenses. That is to say that probably you have embedded some money transfer to consolidated fund in this, where it is very difficult to see. You can't say that it is part of direct operating expenses. You can't call that direct operating expenses. So saying that is part of these figures, it's a worry. I'm not sure that's the explanation. It's very clear.
Mr. Chairman, please, we didn't get the question. Please.
What I'm saying is that go back to the table. You have your lotto intake, which is straightforward, is clear. Miscellaneous is clear. Then when you come on the expenditure, you have direct operating expenses. That is the only figure that can reduce income, probably to go further to reduce surplus. Then again, you have personnel costs. There's no other figure apart from admin and general expenses. So when you are looking at saying that the decrease in income surplus is as a result of money transferred to consolidated fund, it's not a good explanation, because it's not. There's nothing to do that. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the income statement is, how do I put it? It's a tweak from the financial statement. And when you look at the income statement and you compare it to the financial statement, which I believe the auditors saw, the law is very clear. The law setting up or backing the NLA is very clear. That when there is any income, some should be taken to the consolidated fund. The surplus should be taken to the consolidated fund. And the expenditure, Mr. Chairman, you see their direct operating expenses, you see their personal costs, the selling and distribution, and then the administration and general expenses. Right after that, there was some surplus.
Minister, my challenge and our challenge is that which of these expenditure lines is that transfer? Because if you take the total income and you subtract the total expenditure, it's 11 million. And so if you say that
But it's here. It's here.
it's 11 million.
It's here. Yes.
So where is it? Is it in direct operational expenses or where?
Mr. Chairman, we will give you a copy of the statement of financial performance. And it's, pardon? We can submit their financial statement for 2019, and in there you will see what we are talking about. So then we can submit it to you as evidence. Yes, thank you.
The problem. I have a small problem, and that is, did these explanations and the statement, were they given to the auditors? And auditors, if you had this, why then didn't you decompose the figures the way you have?
Mr. Chairman, we did, and I'm sure the auditors have a copy of this financial statement. Thank you.
Auditors, can you verify and also confirm that these explanations were given to you?
Honorable Chair, when we go to a client, what we do is that after going through the normal or verifying or vouching the financial statement, which is made up of income statement, financial position, cash flow, notes to the account, and the movement in the financial statement, we now run a commentary on the statement of income, and that is what we did. But the transfers and everything, we see it in the financial statement has provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 795, and the Honorable Kofi Adams will handle that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, the next infraction, 795, is to do with a number of pending legal issues. I think per the findings of the auditors, you have a number of legal issues that if it doesn't go your way, it could impair the operations of the company, completely jeopardize the operations of the company. So their first position is that as much as possible, your legal department should work to either minimize or avoid some of these legal issues. You did explain to them in your explanatory notes. You explain each of them, the ones you think that you have a strong case. What has happened to all this? This 2020 report, and we are in 2023. What's the current status of some of these legal cases, from Lords through Pius and others, Solomon, Borke, Sylvia Achugakpe, Guinness case, Eugene, Merlin, Kojo Graham, as identified in the report? What's the status? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. As an authority, we've moved forward and we've done a lot in trying to ensure that we do not get into a situation where these legal issues will completely collapse the authority. In this regard, my director for legal and her team, they've been working assiduously towards that. So I would like her to properly brief the committee.
respectfully.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for the question. You would realize that with the Lord's issue, that is the most pressing. And it so happens that even though the figure of 93 million seems big, it is actually based on special damages. And when it comes to special damages, you're put to strict proof. And in the court of first instance, this was dismissed. And they have filed an appeal, which is still pending. Now, the other issue has to do with the lottery management services, which is a 1% payment that we contested that we're not providing. The court held against us, and currently we are in talks with them, engaging with them on how to settle this. They have brought their computation. We are looking, yes, with lots, the plaintiffs. They've brought their computation of the 1%. Our auditors are going through, and in fact, both parties are amenable to settlement. So this is something that we will definitely come to some sort of conclusion on.
Let me do a follow-up on this. The cases are many, and you've only spoken in respect of the first one. I thought you said that in respect of the first one, it's on appeal.
Yes.
It's on appeal.
Both parties agree that...
No, hold on.
Okay.
It's on appeal.
Yes.
And you, even though it's on appeal, you want to settle.
Yes, my lord. Okay.
But you said special damages have to be strictly proven. Because when you are settling a matter of this nature,
Mr. Chairman,
you are meeting them halfway. Or whatever you are meeting, then there will be compromises.
Mr. Chairman, there are two issues. With respect to the special damages, in our engagements with them, they've agreed that they're going to stop everything as far as this one, that one is concerned. They'll discontinue the matter, yes, as far as that is concerned. So it has only had to do with the LMS, the Lottery Management Services. Yes.
Which is the 1%.
Which is the 1%, yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Kofi.
Mr. Chairman, it is the contention of the NLA that the LMS, that 1% was embedded in the agreement. Not that at all, Mr. Chairman. And unfortunately, it's been back and forth using the legal route. But both parties have agreed to have these matters resolved amicably. And the last time that we sat as a team to even go through it was just somewhere last week. So we are determined that once our auditors and our team, they are able to fully compute the figures well, for both parties to come to an understanding, we should be able to. And as a concession from the NLA's part, we also have a role to play, which the plaintiff has also agreed to that. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, there were other few legal issues that she wanted to also address it properly, unless it's not needed.
Well, let's so if there's any other one that you have had some progress. There's one that has the Maryland. The mailing.
Mr. Chairman, when it comes to the mailing matter, currently we're in court, and the matter actually...
And that one is a 2017 matter?
No, it goes back further than that.
But I see that the writ was issued in 2017.
17 years.
Just for the records.
Yes.
Just for the records.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And we are at a stage where the ownership of mailing is actually in contention. We don't know who the owners are. They are in court, trying to battle it out. So that is where we are. We don't know even who to deal with when it comes to the mailing matter in this case. So we're waiting for them to sort out the issues, and then we'll know how to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, just to add on any 1 minute summary. So the mailing matter has also traveled quite a distance. A group comes to NLA to run a certain promotion. Along the line, it gets bigger. It becomes profitable. Then there are boardroom wranglings. So then they go back to court. This one says, I own it, you don't own it. So finally, where we are now is the court even asked the NLA to play its role in settling a part. But we don't even know who to settle. So it's until the parties have resolved their matters in court, the NLA wouldn't know who to even engage or pay whether profit or whatsoever to. So that's where we are. And the players in it are many.
Okay, so you are saying that matter is in abeyance?
Technically.
Yeah, it's in abeyance. And so unless they put their house in order,
yes,
you don't know who to deal with.
Because almost all the parties are writing to the NLA. Okay. And they are all represented by very strong legal firms. So we are also confused. And that's why the court is asking them to
put their house in order.
Put their house in order
before they
come to engage the NLA. Thank you.
Then the Savior one, Savior Chu, Kofi, that's also big. So
Mr. Chairman, with respect to Savior Achu Gakwe, it's an issue of, it has to do with, there was an earlier case in 2000, which was a judgment in which judgment was given in 2009 against NLA. NLA paid the plaintiff, and then in 2011, the plaintiff commenced a fresh action based on the same facts in the same matter in court. And NLA actually defended itself using saying that this was a matter which was res judicata. It couldn't, once the issues had already been settled in the first instance, so it was not a matter that could be adjudicated upon again. Now, the court held against NLA and awarded damages of 65,000. NLA appealed this matter. The matter is before the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal determined that there was a case to answer and that it fell within the realm of res judicata. So that is where we are currently.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, what I can say is that DJs, in the earlier issue, he said they even are confused because the parties are contested. They shouldn't be confused. They should have their case prepared very well and be ready for any part that will come before them. So,
Mr. Chairman, noted.
I think that should be all for them unless colleagues have anything to.
All right. Public interest question from Honorable Sam George.
Thank you very much, Chairman. May you live long. And a very good afternoon to the Deputy Minister and the Director General and his team. Director General, I've gotten a number of calls from constituents, and I'm sure MPs here as well, whose constituents get inundated with messages saying NLA Ghana genuine winning numbers. In fact, some of these people are spamming us and sometimes even hacking people's phones with all of these winning numbers. What step is the NLA taking as part of your corporate operations to ensure that you do sensitization of the public so that those who think that these are numbers coming from the NLA and fall prey to it and lose money in the ending of the NLA, what steps are you taking to protect the public? And bear in mind that MPs are at risk, and if the Lord blesses your aspirations to be in the 9th Parliament, you would also be at risk on this side of the table. So how are you fixing it now before you come on this side of the table? Chairman, I am grateful.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very serious matter that the NLA, in terms of its management and board, we've been making the effort, but we are dealing with a whole organized group of detractors, motivated by evil, because they don't even have a limit. Me as Director General, sometimes they can create a platform, add you to it, you exit, they add you. And they even tell you that they can give you winning numbers. So we've reported the matters to the NCA, that of the National Security, that's of the National Signals Bureau, and we've made some tremendous efforts in dealing with this matter. We arrested about 18 people last year, and some are also standing trial at the various stages, but it's an everyday matter. And I believe that if there's one agency that is going to benefit from this SIM card registration, honestly, the NLA will be one of them. Because you will be unable to even tell where the person is operating from. One of the people we arrested had about 500 SIM cards. And so they send you this message, they take off the SIM card. Later in the night, it's a whole lot of things. So we believe that this should not be left to the NLA alone. We are doing sensitization, and one of it was to even demystify this whole concept that there's a strong room where winning numbers are churned from. It doesn't exist. So if you recall, the NLA has begun an exercise. We are at the Kwewu Easter to perform a live draw. We've been to Cape Coast, Fetua Fashe last year. We've been to Hogbechocho as well last year to perform a live draw, and other places.
When are you coming for the Asafotufia Minada?
It depends on the chiefs and people there. Normally, they invite us, we do a collaboration. But the honest truth is also to help us demystify this whole thing. And now, the Brennan Hall, since time immemorial, is open to the public to come observe this live draw. To us at the NLA, it's a game of chance. But to many people, it's a game of skill. They think that they have some magical powers to work out one or two. Sometimes when you are driving in town, they will tell you, oh, your car number dropped, DG. So meaning that you have, so it's a whole, for instance, on the 8th and the 9th of December, it's just a game of chance. President Kufuor's birthday dropped twice. So there are times that we lose. So it's something that we will need the support of members of parliament to also help with this information dissemination that clearly it is a game of chance. We do not manufacture numbers, and anybody who asks you to a platform sends you a message that they can give you a winning number, it doesn't exist. Mr. Chairman, respectfully, if there were winning numbers, maybe I would have retired early, respectfully.
Thank you very much. National Lottery Authority, you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now let's call Securities and Exchange Commission. Could you please introduce yourselves, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am Reverend Daniel Ogbamitete, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission. I have my two deputies and some of the heads here, so they'll introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Abibio. I'm the Deputy Director General for Finance at the SEC.
I'm Deborah Mawuse Ajemfra, Deputy Director General Legal of the SEC.
I am Richard Rootman, Head of Finance and Capital, SEC.
Ni Oman Badu, Head of Legal and Enforcement Department.
Thank you very much. You'll be taken by Honorable Admako Kisi, and it's on paragraph 771. Thank you.
Well,
welcome. Granted, securities is a big deal now, but we'll go to what happened a few years back. This report covers the financial statement of 2019. And on this, we'll be looking at a comparison of your 2019 performance and 2018. And if you could help us with the deficit and the reason for the 9 million deficit, we'll be happy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So the SEC was weaned of government subvention in 2016. So since then, our revenue has always been market-driven. So basically, what happens on the market impacts on the inflow. Now, if we go into the specifics, we have some key line items that we get our revenue from. So transactions on the secondary market, we have a share in the levy on the transactions, and then a levy on the securities deposited in the Central Securities Depository. And then also when we review issuances, when companies are coming to the market to raise either equity or debt, we charge a fee for reviewing the prospectuses. So, Mr. Chairman, in 2019, with regard to the review of prospectuses, we had a lower inflow of transactions coming through. So you find that in 2018, the revenue we made from review of prospectuses, that's those who come to the market to raise either equity or debt, dropped from about 3.3 million in 2018 to about 555,000 in 2019. And it's purely on account of the level of transactions. Mr. Chairman, it may interest you to know that in 2018, we had a very big transaction. That's the MTN IPO, and that's by far the biggest IPO that we have seen. So that is one of the reasons for the deficit. The other revenue line we have, which is significant, is investment income, because we have some reserves that we get interest income on, and that also helps with our inflows. Mr. Chairman, in 2019, because of the shortfall in our inflows, we had to draw down on our reserves. So therefore, the investment income that we earned dropped. So that accounts for the deficit that we recorded in 2019 compared to the deficit in 2018. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your explanations are fairly acceptable. Granted, I'll trouble you with the contract services. So what accounted for almost a 3 million jump there? When you're saying your biggest IPO transaction was in 2018 with MTN, what really accounts for those contracts? If you can clarify that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I believe we are looking at the expenditure side. What happened in 2019 was that given the challenges we picked up from our supervision of the market, we had to commission a third party to conduct some forensic audits on some of the licensees, because we're picking from the complaints we're receiving and then from the supervision work that we are doing, both on-site and off-site. We had to commission forensic audits to establish what was really happening in those companies. And Mr. Chairman, the forensic audit led us to the decision that we made in 2019 to revoke the licenses of some of the fund management companies that had failed. Mr. Chairman, part of the contract service, apart from the forensic audit that we commissioned, also came from the fact that we had to, in implementing the revocation decision, again, we had to commission third parties to on day one to secure the premises of the affected companies and to make sure that records were preserved so that the official liquidator could do her job. So basically, it's driven by the increase in expenditure was driven by the forensic audit we had to commission and then implementing the revocation decision of the 53 fund management companies in 2019.
Audit service, can we, as it is, corroborate some of the statements, especially with regards to the deficit, which he explained earlier, per your query?
Honorable Chair, this is not a query. It's just an operational resource. Thank you.
Well, agreed. Before I hand over, if with your permission, how are we going to strengthen, in terms of our position? Because as it stands now, quite frankly, confidence in doing this kind of business is waning. What are we doing moving forward to help the general public? Are we going to be doing more advertisements, more explanations? Because encouraging people to deal in securities and things of that nature, I don't want to go in toto, but I'm sure you understand. Generally, it's difficult, encouraging people to get onto these things. But that, as it stands now, people are deeply, deeply, deeply concerned.
Mr. Chairman, you're very right. And indeed, over the last 2 years, we've been taking steps to, as it were, increase investor education and then awareness of how the securities industry works. Mr. Chairman, what we instituted a couple of years ago was what we call Time with the SEC. It is one of the means to get closer to the investing public. We've been to the Western region, we went to the Northern region. The plan is to do that, if you like, nationwide, getting closer to the investing public. This is in addition to a well-planned and well-crafted investor education awareness plan that we are looking to roll out this year. Last year, we spent quite a bit of the time developing material that would help us in the engagement. But we believe that the more we engage, the more we are able to bring some assurance, the more we're able to give confidence to the investing public about what the regulator stands to do. I think that would help to shore up, so there's a lot of work. I mean, it's not lost on us, and we are committed to doing that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that'll be it.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 780. Honorable PAC will take that one.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a very straightforward matter. It has to do with unrecovered staff loan, and the amount quoted by the auditors is just over 15,000 Ghana cedis. According to the auditors, these were monies paid to two former staff of the commission who were granted staff loans to the tune of 53,000, and I believe they have recovered, management has recovered a reasonable chunk of it. So what now remains is 15,000. Have you been able to recover the balance?
Mr. Chairman, the simple answer is yes. We've been able to recover it fully, and in addition, we've put in place measures to ensure that we don't have a recurrence of this particular situation when staff benefit from the loan scheme that we have. Essentially, we have looked at how we will collateralize every loan to make sure that is covered. We have a voluntary staff savings scheme internally, and then we also have the tier 2 and the tier 3. So basically, when a staff is accessing a facility, we look at how your balance in the SEC staff savings plus scheme is. Then we also look at the tier 3 and make sure that we cover. And in the case of car loans, we make sure that after the loan is given and you get the car, we'll make you to sign the Form C form, transferring it to the SEC. So we just hold it. And if it happens that you exit from the commission and you're proving difficult, we just recover sales. So we've put in measures to strengthen the administration of the staff loan scheme to avoid a recurrence of this situation.
Well, Chairman, he preempted my follow-up question, like I usually do myself. And he has given a very sufficient and convincing answer. Auditors, can you simply let us know if you have documentation to that effect?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the said amount has fully been recovered and paid into the accounts. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I am grateful, and I know he's a Reverend Minister with only one name and identity.
Thank you very much. Security and Exchange Commission, you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now let's call Bank of Ghana.
No, they are not Friday. So
What about Ghana Publishing Company?
Mr. Chairman, Ghana Publishing Company is not under Ministry of Finance, so respectfully, if you can. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are grateful.
Minister, you are discharged. Is Ghana Deposit Protection Corporation here? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of today's sitting, and we'll be sitting again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the forenoon. Thank you very much.
Sammy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the media. The Monetary Policy Committee last week held its 110th meeting, the first for the year 2023. The committee deliberated on recent global economic developments and how they contributed to shaping Ghana's macroeconomic conditions in 2022 and assess risks to the outlook for inflation and growth. The committee also took note of progress under the Government of Ghana's Domestic Debt Exchange Program, launched in December 2022 in the context of the ongoing negotiations with the International Monetary Fund for financial support. Below is a summary of the assessment for 2022, the outlook for 2023 and the medium term, and the key issues that inform the committee's decision on the stance of monetary policy. The global economy came under severe strain in 2022 on the back of continued spillovers from geopolitical tensions, continued tightening of monetary policy across countries, even as policy uncertainty heightened amidst fears of recession in the advanced economies. The latest Purchasing Managers' Indices point to broad-based slowdown in economic activity at the end of 2022, especially across advanced economies. In emerging market and developing economies, growth conditions weakened on account of tightened global financing conditions, dampened external demand, and moderated consumer spending as inflation rose. The latest IMF projections show that global growth will further moderate from the projected 3.2% in 2022 to 2.7% in 2023, reflecting mainly growth decline in advanced economies. In the last quarter of 2022, headline inflation started showing signs of easing in some advanced and emerging market economies, supported by declining commodity prices and weaker demand. This notwithstanding, there are underlying inflation pressures from the pass-through effects of past input costs, rising wages, especially in advanced economies, currency depreciation against the US dollar, and rising short-term inflation expectations, which remain major concerns for central banks. Global financing conditions tightened considerably on account of the aggressive policy stance in advanced economies to contain inflation, despite some moderation in rate hikes by the US Federal Reserve Bank in the last quarter of 2022. The European Central Bank, the Bank of England, and other central banks across advanced economies have also signaled intentions to maintain a tight policy stance to control inflation. Equity markets recovered somewhat amid the expectation that inflation had peaked, and central banks might slow the pace of policy rate hikes. Longer-term bond yields declined, while the US dollar lost some ground against major currencies. On the domestic front, inflation remained elevated in 2022, driven by both demand pressures and supply shocks. The two price readings since the last MPC meeting showed a significant jump in headline inflation to 54.1% in December 2022, from 50.3% in November and 40.4% in October 2022. The acceleration in inflation was driven mainly by the lagged effects of the sharp currency depreciation recorded in October. Food and non-food inflation went up significantly. Food inflation surged to 59.7% in December, from 55.3% in November 2022, while non-food inflation rose to 49.9% from 46.5% over the same comparative period. Underlying inflationary pressures remained similarly elevated. The bank's core inflation measure, which excludes energy and utility, accelerated to 53.2% in November 2022 from 49.7% in November. However, the bank's surveys on consumers, businesses, and the financial sector showed that inflation expectations eased in December 2022. This indicates agents' expectations of moderation in inflationary pressures on the horizon. Economic activity for the first 3 quarters of 2022 was within projections, albeit at a moderated pace than a year earlier. The latest data from the Ghana Statistical Service showed that the real GDP expanded at an annual rate of 3.6% during the first 3 quarters of 2022, relative to 4.8% during the corresponding period in 2021. Non-oil GDP growth also moderated to 4.3% from 4.7% over the same comparative period. The observed growth outturn was driven by the services and agricultural sectors. Further into the 4th quarter, the bank's high-frequency indicators recorded a moderation in economic activity. The updated composite index of economic activity contracted by 6.2% in November 2022 compared with a growth of 10.2% in the same period of 2021. The major items that weighed down the index during the period were port activity, cement sales, imports, and industrial consumption of electricity. The latest confidence surveys conducted by the bank in December 2022 pointed to some marginal improvement in sentiments. Consumer confidence improved on the back of the recent reductions in ex-pump petroleum prices and transportation fares. Business sentiments also turned positive due to the achievement of short-term targets and optimism about company and industry prospects, following the rebound of the local currency during the month. The survey findings were broadly aligned with observed trends in Ghana's Purchasing Managers Index, which improved to 47% in December 2022 from 44.9% in the previous month. Broad money supply, including foreign currency deposits, grew by 33% in year-on-year terms in December 2022 relative to 12.5% in December 2021. The growth in M2 Plus was driven mainly by significant expansion in the net domestic assets of the depository corporation sector, moderated by a decline in net foreign assets. Reserve money recorded an annual growth of 57.5% relative to 19.9% over the same comparative period. Similarly, private sector credit growth picked up, partly reflecting continued portfolio rebalancing by banks and revaluation effects on foreign currency denominated credit. In nominal terms, private sector credit increased by 31.8% in December 2022 compared with 11.2% in December 2021. In real terms, however, private sector credit contracted sharply by 14.5% compared with 1.3% contraction over the review period a year ago. Developments in the banking sector were broadly reflective of current macroeconomic conditions with rising cost of credit due to inflationary pressures and the revaluation-driven balance sheet performance. As a result, the performance of the sector moderated in December 2022 compared with December 2021, with some key financial soundness indicators recording significant declines. Profitability levels in the banking sector have declined, driven by the mark-to-market losses on investments, higher impairments on loans, and rising operating costs. Profit after tax was 3.9 billion Ghana cedis at the end of December 2022, representing an 18.9% contraction year-on-year compared to 12.3% annual growth recorded in 2021. Net interest income grew by 23% to 15.8 billion Ghana cedis, higher than the growth of 14.5% in 2021. Net fees and commissions went up by 27.4% to 3.7 billion Ghana cedis from the growth of 24.8% recorded in 2021. Accordingly, operating income increased by 30.9% compared with 14.6% recorded a year earlier. The strong outturn in operating income was, however, moderated by increased operating expenses and provisioning during the year. Operating expenses rose by 32.2% in December 2022 compared to 14.2% in 2021. Provisions also increased sharply by 184% in December 2022 relative to a contraction of 4.7% a year earlier, due to the strong uptick in credit growth, elevated credit risks, and the impairments on investments. As a result, profit before tax declined by 13% to 6.4 billion Ghana cedis in December 2022, compared with an annual growth of 22.1% a year earlier. New loans and advances in 2022 increased to 53.7 billion Ghana cedis, reflecting an annual growth of 47.5% compared with a growth of 6.8% in 2021. Trends in financial soundness indicators were mixed, reflecting heightened risks faced by the industry. The industry's capital adequacy ratio declined to 16.6%, but remained above the prudential minimum of 13% as of December 2022, from 19.6% in December 2021, attributed to losses on mark-to-market investments, increase in risk-weighted assets of banks from the high growth in actual credit, and the price effect of the depreciation of the Ghana cedi on foreign currency denominated loans. The sector's profitability indicators, namely the return on equity and the return on assets, also declined during the period, in line with declining profit after tax and profit before tax, respectively. The non-performing loans ratio, however, improved to 14.8% in December 2022 compared to 15.2% in December 2021, on account of high credit growth relative to the increased stock of NPLs between the two periods. Total assets increased to 221 billion Ghana cedis, representing an annual growth of 22.9% in December 2022 compared to a growth of 20.4% a year earlier. Total deposits ended the year at 157.9 billion Ghana cedis, representing an increase of 30.4% in 2022 relative to a growth of 16.6% in 2021. Credit continued to increase, recording a growth of 30.2% to 70 billion Ghana cedis from 53.8 billion Ghana cedis in December 2021. Total investments, on the other hand, contracted by 4.8% to 79.2 billion Ghana cedis in December 2022, relative to a 29% annual growth in 2021, as banks rebalanced asset portfolios. Provisional data on budget execution for the period January to November 2022 indicated an overall broad fiscal deficit cash of 9.8% of GDP against the program target of 6.7% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance for the period was a deficit of 18.8 billion Ghana cedis, that's 3.1% of GDP, against a deficit target of 3.1 billion Ghana cedis, that is 0.5% of GDP. Over the review period, total revenue and grants was 81.8 billion Ghana cedis, 13.3% of GDP, short of the projected target of 84 billion Ghana cedis, that is 11.7% of GDP. Total expenditure of 142.2 billion Ghana cedis, that is 23.1% of GDP, was above the program target of 125.4 billion Ghana cedis, that is 20.4% of GDP. The deficit of 60.4 billion Ghana cedis was financed mainly from the domestic sector. The external sector performance in 2022 was shaped by developments in the global economy. There was a significant improvement in the merchandise trade account, which helped to narrow the current account deficit to 2.3% of GDP from 3.2% in 2021. These gains were, however, negated by huge net outflows in the capital and financial account, due mainly to external factors which caused portfolio reversals and reduced foreign direct investments, resulting in an overall balance of payments deficit and a loss of reserves. Ghana's key export commodity prices remain volatile on the global markets. Average crude oil prices on year-on-year terms increased by 81.3%, rising from $85.5 per barrel in January 2022 to a high of $117.2 per barrel in June on supply concerns, before retreating to $81.3 per barrel in December on the back of reduced demand amid recession fears. Cocoa futures traded largely in the negative during most parts of 2022. Prices peaked at $2,681.11 per ton in February on the back of lower production volumes, and thereafter eased to a low of $2,333.33 per ton in July 2022, owing to weak grind-in data. At the end of 2022, cocoa prices rose to $2,538.6 per ton, representing 2.3% year-on-year growth. Gold prices hit record levels of $1,949.4 per fine ounce in March, benefiting from heightened global uncertainties, but weakened later due to the interest rate hikes and the stronger US dollar, to end the year at $1,796.2 per fine ounce, representing 8.7% annual growth. The trade surplus more than doubled to $2.8 billion in 2022, compared with $1.1 billion in 2021. This was driven by higher export growth relative to the growth in imports, Total exports increased by 18.2% year-on-year to $17.4 billion, driven by crude oil, gold, and other export earnings. This compares with $14.7 billion export earnings recorded in 2021. Crude oil export earnings reached $5.4 billion, driven by sharp increases in prices from $3.9 billion in 2021, representing an increase of 37.5% in year-on-year terms. Gold exports also increased by 30% to $6.6 billion on the back of increased volumes from small-scale gold production. Cocoa exports, however, declined to $2.2 billion from $2.8 billion, reflecting both price and volume reductions. Other exports, including non-traditional exports, reached $3.2 billion, an increase of 10.2%. The total import bill increased by 7% to $14.65 billion in 2022 due to higher payments for oil and gas imports. Of the total import bill, oil and gas, mainly refined petroleum imports, amounted to $4.7 billion, driven by higher prices compared to $2.7 billion in 2021, representing a 71.3% annual growth. On the other hand, the sharp exchange rate depreciation led to non-oil imports compression of 8.4% to $10 billion, reflecting mainly in consumption and capital goods imports. The improved trade surplus, together with the higher remittances inflow, helped to narrow the current account deficit to $1.64 billion from $2.5 billion in 2021, despite higher payments recorded in the services and income accounts. The capital and financial accounts recorded a net outflow of $2.2 billion compared with a net inflow of $3.3 billion recorded in 2021. The current account deficit, together with the net capital and financial account outflow, resulted in an overall balance of payments deficit of $3.6 billion in 2022, compared to a surplus of $510.1 million in 2021. At the end of December 2022, the stock of gross international reserves stood at $6.2 billion, equivalent to 2.7 months of import cover, from a stock position of $9.7 billion, equivalent to 4.4 months of import cover at the end of December 2021. The net international reserve position stood at $2.4 billion from $6.1 billion over the same comparative period. The local currency came under intense pressure in the year, reflecting the portfolio reversals and lower foreign direct investment inflows, while demand pressures increased. For the year 2022, the Ghana cedi depreciated by 30% against the US dollar after reversals of some of the losses in December. This compares with 4.1% depreciation in 2021. In the year to January 26, 2023, the cedi cumulatively depreciated by 19.1%, 21.4%, and 20.7% against the US dollar, the pound, and the euro, respectively. In comparison with the same period of last year, the cedi had depreciated by 1.5% against the US dollar and appreciated by 0.1% and 0.7% against the pound and the euro, respectively. Summary and outlook. The global economic outlook remains uncertain owing to broad-based and elevated inflation, policy tightening, worsening financing conditions, and lingering spillover effects of geopolitical tensions. These headwinds are likely to persist through the first half of 2023, driving down confidence and weakening real household disposable incomes in advanced and emerging market economies. The ongoing geopolitical tensions continue to weigh on economic and policy uncertainty, especially in the euro area. For emerging and developing economies, growth momentum is projected to remain firm, supported by the relaxation of lockdown restrictions in China and the still high commodity prices. Though showing signs of cooling, inflation levels remain elevated, and central banks, especially in advanced economies, have signaled the need to maintain the tight monetary policy stance to contain inflationary pressures, albeit at a measured pace. Domestic growth conditions softened in 2022 and is projected to moderate further and remain below potential over the near term based on the elevated inflation levels. The updated CIEA showed continued dip in economic activity despite the slight improvement in consumer and business sentiments from the latest surveys. In nominal terms, credit to the private sector rose sharply, but was moderated in real terms by price pressures. There are emerging signs that the current macroeconomic conditions are spilling over to the banking sector. Profitability levels have declined alongside other financial soundness indicators. The latest macro-prudential risk assessments indicated increased pressure on solvency and liquidity of banks ahead of the implementation of the domestic debt exchange program. To moderate the impact on the sector, the Bank of Ghana has announced some regulatory reliefs for banks to help preserve financial stability. The government of Ghana has reached a staff-level agreement with the IMF, which spells out measures that will put the fiscal on the path of consolidation. Consistent with the SLA was the 2023 budget, which has just been passed by Parliament and front-loads the consolidation efforts. Revenue-enhanced measures, such as the VAT increase of 2.5%, the complete removal of benchmark imports, complete removal of the discount on benchmark imports on values on imports, and the review of the e-levy should help improve the revenue outlook. On the expenditure side, the lower capping on transfers to earmarked funds from 25 to 17.5%, and the reduction of budgetary allocation to goods and services, as well as rationalization of executive compensation, should help contain expenditures in 2023. The concerns being expressed in the public domain relating to high government expenditures have been addressed in the SLA and reflected in the 2023 budget. The SLA is also contingent on the domestic debt exchange program and external debt restructuring, which, when concluded and the necessary financial commitments obtained, would allow the presentation of the SLA to the IMF board. The MPC believes that these measures will help restore fiscal and debt sustainability and bring down inflation, as well as help stabilize the currency. In the interim, the MPC sees the need to remain vigilant and moderate liquidity in the system to underpin the macroeconomic adjustments taking place to drive inflation on a downward path. Under the circumstances, the committee decided to increase the policy rate by 100 basis points to 28%.